baddest, baby, stay away from me. I done grew into my powers. I do things you can't believe. Keep your head up when told you won't be nothing. Told that a lot of times. I perform crimes. Some fucking foreign bras. A lot of dimes. Peace, love, health, and well vibe tribe. Like and subscribe. Help your boy break away from that 9 to 5. My name is not important, but what is the fact that I'm here on behalf of Sacred Self Healing Center, where the heart is the center for healing. Understand that when you come here, this is spa day for the soul, chicken noodle soup for the spirit, Manny and Patty day for the ego. Understand that this is a hard hat area and self development is the construction site. So, with that being said, if you would like to inquire about any of my services, you may do so by checking the description box of all of my videos. You can get a free consultation. Text me, email me, call me. Just don't call me when I'm on live. You did. Um, I guess we can go ahead and get started with another, yet another timeless collective reading. Double tap that screen, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, donate to reciprocate. Remember, everything that you donate goes directly to food, shelter, and water. If you here, go ahead and spam something in the chat for your boy. Spam some hearts, spam something, but show some love for your boy. All right. Uh, I don't know. Must have gotten busy or something. Yeah, it's been a lot of stuff going on. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, a whole lot of nada, but it's okay. I feel like you know, as long as I'm okay, everything is okay. You know what I'm saying? So, oh, that's what it is. I'm too close to the what you call them. Yeah, so I don't know. My neighbor got a cactus from the same place I got one from. Theirs looked like they grew buds, started to bud again, but the buds falling off. I think it's the cold air that's fucking with theirs though. They got theirs by a window. 'Cause these cactuses, they don't like that cold air and all that. What's up, Lala? No, I ain't run down. You know what it is? I gotta get back more even kill. I gotta get back more even kill. Like I'm still gonna be me, but uh I ain't gonna lie. I've been through a lot of traumatic situations and it's breaking some of the spunkiness that I be having. And so like I still be able to, you know what I'm saying, be myself, but that whole spunkiness thing is my thing is that as long as I don't become bitter, as long as I'm okay, then everything okay. You know what I'm saying? But it just, when whenever shit get tough, you just gotta put your head down and work. And speaking of that, you know what I'm saying? All right, so here we go. All right, so the first card that we got here, double tap that screen, y'all. Hit that like button. Come on in, y'all. Come on in. We get a cash app or something like that today. Maybe we can play some music and hang out, but I don't want to, mess up my monetization with no donations. All right. What's up, Lala? What's going on, show? Peace, love, health, and wealth. Can we get some green hearts in the chat for Lala? And can we get some green hearts in the chat for the people who might be watching in the background for the collective reading? All right. So, shout out to y'all if y'all don't want to chat or nothing like that, but just double tap that screen to show some support. Maybe let one. Oh, that's right. Please, not every time the commercial play, but at least once a day, can y'all let a commercial play for 30 seconds? Right. And then on top of that, if you're really feeling froggy, hit the link that's associated with it. You don't have to buy nothing. You don't have to post. You don't have to sign up with your email. Nothing. All right. All right. So here we go. So the Ace of Swords. Okay. So the Ace of Swords represents a divine new beginning on the mental plane. This could represent thought. This could represent thoughts, ideas, epiphanies, gaining clarity to problems, etc. Um, Whenever you see clouds in a car, especially in a sport suit, uh, whenever you whenever you don't see whenever the cloud is not above whenever the cloud is above whatever it is, whether this is a person, this represents a person, by the way, but it represents not being able to think clear. So what I would say is that this Ace of Swords is possibly saying that uh come on, y'all, double tap that screen. Can we get some hearts in the chat, please? Look, there go my number 222. All right. So the Ace of Swords is saying that there is some light at the end of the tunnel. Okay. I'm going to pull another card to see what we can get. All right. And so we got the Two of Pentacles reversed. All right. So the Two of Pentacles and just in general represents balance and stability on in the earth element realm, right? And that balance and stability in the earth element means that we get I mean not stability, I'm sorry, balance and duality, right? Equanimity. What's up, Lucy? What's going on? It represents equanimity, not stability. I'm sorry. So this represents being able to create balance. Maybe this is like home life and work life, or relationship and kids, or home and school, whatever it is. This is balance and stability for the long term, right? Whenever we think pentacles, we always got to think long term. All right, setting the foundational pieces. All right, like I said, this ain't social life. It Pentacles do have something to do with relationships, but it's more or less the external part of the relationship, not necessarily the dynamics, the internal parts, right? So I guess I'll pull one more card. Why not? Before we get to the best course of action. Sorry. So we got the Eight of Cups as the I'm sorry. So when this card comes out in this reverse position, when this card comes out in this reverse position, um, it could represent an imbalance, not being too nice. I know myself not to being walked on, lack of balance. So, my bad, y'all. I was trying to catch up to the chat. So, when we talking about the Two of Pentacles, this Two of Pentacles brings the energy of balance, being able to balance resources, being able to balance like valuable things, like saving money to buy a car, for example. You know what I'm saying? So whenever this card come out of in the reverse position, it could represent simply being out of balance. What that could look like, I don't know. Maybe something unjustly happened at work, or maybe maybe you need, I don't know, anything and everything, right? Whatever you may need, it just represents the essential part of life that we need, right? The physical stuff that we can't take with us, right? So, it looks like recalibration is going to be needed at some point. And I believe this card is saying the Eight of Pentacles, or the Eight of Cups, I'm sorry. First of all, the Eight of Cups is saying that there is action. that needs to take place, right? In the emotional realm. Hitting inside the card is emotional blockages. So whenever you see big rocks in the water and stuff like that, that represents emotional blockages. The Eight of Cups. The Eight of Cups is the card in this case, I believe, is saying that we don't just say I'm depressed and let's go smoke some weed, right? That's not necessarily what it's saying. The Eight of Cups is saying, okay, you're depressed, but let's get down to the root cause of it and let's take action to fix it. Yes, you want to a wife, or yes, you want a husband, or yes, you want some money, but let's get to the bottom of why you really, really want it. Remember, the moon is a reflector of energy, right? The moon is a reflector of energy. With that being said, that means that it illuminates and it shows you. You know what I'm saying? So let's get best course of action really quick on this timeless reading. So just to recap, while I'm shuffling the cards on this timeless reading, the Ace of Swords is saying there's going to be some sort of mental clarity. The Two of Pentacles is saying that the clarity is going to come in the realm of uh imbalance in resources, right? Imbalance in a source, or imbalance in savings, or you know what I'm saying? One thing that's going to be mutually tied to another is going to cause a blockage, right? Like for example, like you use your car to DoorDash, but when the car go down, you can't DoorDash, so then that means you can't fix the car. You see what I'm saying? You got lots of blockages happening. Well, guess what? I'm the plumber at Tarot, and I came to unclog your pipes. That is funny. That's my new slow. That's my new commercial, y'all. I'm the plumber at Tarot, and I came to unclog your pipes. So why don't you want a partner? What's up, y'all? Double tap that screen. Even if y'all don't want to chat, even if that's all good, just double tap that screen. Maybe let a commercial play once for 30 seconds. Show some support, y'all. If y'all would like to get in on this reading, type just chilling. I think we got one person here. All right, so we just had a card just jump out. So here we go. Yeah, I don't feel a spunky chapter right now. So the Knight of Pentacles, right? How the Knight of Pentacles is, how can I describe the Knight of Pentacles? So the opposite of the Knight of Pentacles is the Page of Wands. Can you do a Capricorn reading? I need to know what's going on. Amy Owens. I can do you a reading, but I won't do a Capricorn reading on this live. I'll upload a Capricorn reading tomorrow if you promise to watch it. Every time somebody say something about the signs and stuff, I get to posting them, and then nobody never say like, "Hey, thank you." You know what I'm saying? But I'll post them. I'll go live and do a Capricorn reading tomorrow. You gotta tell me what time you free, cousin. You welcome, but if you want to thank me, you thank me in that cash app. Free what? I ain't say nothing about charging you, but you can send me $1 if you want. Ain't no donation too big and ain't no donation too small. Okay, so the Knight of Pentacles. So the opposite of the Knight of Pentacles is the Page of Wands. Okay, so if you remember, the Page of Wands is the person who is up on the mountaintop, ring, 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 down through the chimney, right? You got 25 days. That's cool. You can take out a payday loan. You want to send me a bracelet? I gotta get another PO box. My other one expired. All right. So if you know anything about the Page of Pentacles, the Page of Pentacles, no, the Page of Wands. I'm tripping. What are you doing? I'm going to get the chip. What are you doing? If y'all don't know, man, I'm gonna see if I could go find it and screenshot it, man. Former President JB, that's what I'm gonna call him. He said he was going to go get the chip. That shit was so funny. He gonna go to Korea and get the chip. That shit was so funny. He said that shit on live. Then that's the the president is dropping out the race. Mm, mm, mm. And he's been retired. I thought you took foodies. Shit, I'll take some food stamps. Hit me up. Shit, I type that shit right in the Walmart app, baby. Stop playing with me. They ain't never said you couldn't donate food stamps. They just said you can't sell them. They ain't said you couldn't buy nobody no food. All right. So, Page of Wands. If you know anything about the Page of Wands, the Page of Wands is the person who's dressed really nice. In the Rider Waite, he's standing in the middle of the desert, I believe. And he's totally out of dress. He's totally not dressed for the season, right? You could tell he didn't check the weather. So the Page of Wands represents explosive creativity and good news, right? It's like, I don't want no killer bracelet. You can keep that killer bracelet. Give me a healing bracelet or something. You know what I'm saying? Give me a manifest money bracelet. I don't want no killer bracelet. You see how they tried to trick me, man? She tried to trick me. Look, y'all gotta watch out for that voodoo. See, they be having you gotta watch the words that people be saying. You know what I'm saying? A lot. See, I ain't gonna accuse her of foul play on live, but y'all gotta be careful with the words y'all saying because they be magical. All right. Look, that shit fuck around and manifest, especially if it take 3, 4, 5, 6 months. I get that. I get that bracelet and fuck around and rip my toenail off or some shit. That's what. Oh, she said a stellar bracelet. See, that's what I'm talking about. Give me some intercontinental shit. She said a stellar bracelet. Okay then. She's give me some. See, give me some intercontinental shit. Yeah. All right. So the Page of Pentacles is like the Page of Wands is the person who don't really plan things out. They don't think things through. What's up? What's up? How you doing, Sing? They don't really see they don't even always see things through, right? The Page of Wands is very impulsive, and not because they just want to be disruptors. The Page of Wands is disruptive because the Page of Wands is who they is because they really trying to gain balance and stability, but they don't plan things out. um and so when you look at the opposite of that, you get the Knight of Pentacles. Now, the Knight of Pentacles is not at all impulsive. The Knight of Pentacles do not. One thing you can say about the Knight of Pentacles is that the Knight of Pentacles is always prepared. He's always thoughtful. Um, the Knight of Pentacles brings stability. He's always determined. He never gets deterred. And it's always moving forward. But the thing about the Knight of Pentacles is the fire is kind of debilitated by the earth element. So it's going to be growth and expansion, right? Whenever you see the Knight of Pentacles, but because this is the reason why this card look like it's on a farm, because this is about long-term success, right? When you got the knight, which represents the fire element, he's forward moving. You get, and then you get like the environment that the fire is in, which is the earth element. So again, the earth element, if you think about dirt and mud, right, it's not really a lot for fire to burn, right? So that means that it's going to be slow. So when you're talking about best course of action, that's just that. The seeds that we plant today, right? The seeds that we planted yesterday, we got to understand that slow and steady wins the race. And even though things might be unclear, even though things might be uncertain, even if you just downright don't see any results, right, that you are hoping for, you never give up. You got to see it through. Remember, the algorithm is the same on YouTube as it is for I don't want to say the universe, for consciousness or reality. Ursula Sue. That is so funny. I ain't gonna lie, I do want a steak sandwich right now though. I ain't gonna lie, that steak was hitting. Ooh wee. That steak sandwich was hitting. Ooh. All right. So what's up? Can we get some hearts in the chat to welcome everybody in? And I'll be checking the chat in a second. I just want to finish this collective reading real quick. All right, y'all. So, like I was saying, we gotta understand that slow and steady wins the race. Uh, Time and space shouldn't have no bearing on consciousness, but consciousness can have a bearing on time and space. And what do I mean? That means that reality, spirit, God, the universe, whatever you pray for, whoever you pray to, or whatever, um, it's two things that the algorithm of spirit and the algorithm of your body and the algorithm of YouTube, Facebook respects consistency and persistency. Consistency and persistency, right? Double tap that screen, y'all. Hit that like button. Consistency and persistency. Best course of action is to be consistent and persistent, right? If you're trying to manifest money, the first thing you should think about when you wake up is I am rich, right? And then before you even get out of bed, I want you to sit there and lay down for a second. Don't even open your eyes yet, right? And if you do got to open up your eyes to turn off your alarm, close your eyes right back. And I want you to lay there and say, I am rich. Say it 3 times. Then I want you to picture yourself, what you would do, right? How all the animals you would rescue and all the orphans you would save and all the rice you would donate to Africa, right? Like they can't grow rice, but you know what I'm saying? Like, just be consistent and persistent with what you bargain for, right? One thing about the Page of Wands is the Page of Wands might not know exactly how to get there. He might not even know exactly where there is, but the Page of Wands is not going to be laying in bed daydreaming, right? And once you build consistency and persistency, right, then you start to see some of the long term goals come to fruition. And that's when the Knight of Pentacles come into play because we start to see um long term success we start to see it grow and bud, kind of similar to a flower or a plant, right? And that's why, again, that's why the symbolism is the way it is. If you look at the ground, it looked like somebody took what's that called, a tiller or a backhoe or whatever it's called, with the donkey or the horse or whatever. It looked like somebody just flipped the dirt and it got planted or something. I don't know if y'all could tell, like, but if you see the lines in there, the lines go from here all the way up. So that means that that ground is fertile for seeds to be planted, right? Full moon energy, right? Removing negativity from your life, right? It's time for us to get in motion. All right. So unless anybody got any questions, comments, or concerns, that will be your timeless reading for this broadcast. Okay. And with that being said, I would like to go ahead and open up the floor for anybody who got any questions, comments, or concerns. Let me catch up to the chat. Brat. Where the is my mouse? I'm gonna go lava rock with chakra stones. I heard that lava rock absorbs a lot of impurities, I believe. Ursula, what's up? What's up, you? Triggered. That's crazy. Subconscious triggers. I need advice for a situation we spoke about what was supposed to happen before my birthday. When was your birthday again? All right, the first person that was here, is you still here? Whatever your name is. I'm just saying that because I forgot, not because I don't care. Who was the first person that was here? Or not the first person that was here, but the first person that got on the list. Lucy, what's up? Where you at, Lucy? You be playing, Lucy. Don't be running. Amy, you still in the building, Amy? Amy, you gotta hit me up and remind me about the Capricorn reading or whatever it is, because I'm gonna forget. Lala, where you at, Lala? You said you had some blockages. Well, I'm the plumber. My next live, I'm gonna have me in a I'm gonna take a picture. I'm gonna order me a costume. I'm gonna order me a stripper costume, a plumber costume, and I'm gonna put that as my thumbnail on my next live. The South, what's up with the South? Wait, your birthday 122? Happy birthday, but I forgot. Okay, so you resonate with fours then. You resonate with twos and fours and stuff like that. Eights. Okay, 22. Who was Mario? Ursula, you still here? So what's your life path and what's your destiny number? I don't remember. All right, Lala. I need you to talk to me. I need you to say something, baby. I'm hungry. It's going the Destiny number. I think it's the day in the month. I think so. So first thing the cards is saying is stop saying that you're going through a lot. You ain't going through nothing that you can't handle. You ain't going through nothing that ain't nobody ever been through before. Now the combination of events is different, right? Not everybody had the same combination of events, but nonetheless, I don't want you to speak down, or I don't want you to say, "Oh, I'm going through so much," or "This task is so hard," or "I'm so lost," or if you saying any of those things, you cursing yourself, and that's the first thing the cards are saying is stop cursing yourself. Say something different, like I'm going through a cleansing, right? Uh, go through some, say something like, "Spirit is showing me who don't deserve to be in my future." Right? Spirit is showing people, places, and things that don't belong in my future. So I'm not even gonna play with you. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go straight to. That's funny. I'm sorry, y'all. My brain. I'm gonna go straight. I'm gonna go straight in. All right. I don't know what to say. Everything just sounds dirty to me right now. Anyways, I ain't gonna play with you. I'm about to go straight in. So so to be honest with you, a lot of people know what they're going through. A lot of people, um, even if you don't know the finer details, it's not always meant for you to know everything. But as long as you are aware of something, then everything, just you being aware of it will affect the situation and circumstance. But just by you being aware, uh, it's going to affect everything. So with that being said, the reason why I said I'm not gonna play with you, I was gonna say something else, but it just everything I said sounded crazy. But basically, what I was going to say was I don't remember exactly how I had it in my head, but I'm not gonna tickle your fancy with the cards. I'm not gonna mind fuck you with the cards because you could look, y'all. It's a 1222 right here. I never paid that no attention. It's a 1222 right here. I'm not gonna mind fuck you with the cards, or I'm not gonna do none of that. Because I like to teach people to trust their intuition. And then once you get something intuitively, then you get insight on it, right? Then you do research, all of that stuff. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go all the way in. I'm gonna go straight to I'm gonna go straight to the healing. I say that. I'm gonna go straight to practical solutions, right? Oh, wow. 2, 3. That equals 5. All right. So the number 5 off top is telling me that something has got to change, right? Um, and the second thing that's standing out to me about this card is that it's a unicorn. Now, it's two very distinctive things that we think about when we think about the unicorn, especially as spiritual people, maybe three things, right? Well, we know that the horse represents power, speed, intelligence, all of that stuff, beauty, right? We already know all of that. Right, and then the 23 card come out, right? Is one off, right? From 22. But anyways, 1 plus 2 equals 3. Ah, and anyways. So when you it's two, oh so it's the sheer majesticness of the horse that we notice, the size, the strength. But horses is somewhat gentle and sweet. You know what I'm saying? They rather run than fight. You know what I'm saying? It's just something special about horses, right? Because a horse can kick you, right? Like if you get caught up with a horse, that in them, I ain't gonna lie, them horses are strong. Like even if they headbutt you, like a human ain't got nothing coming against a horse. So besides the strength that's here, the third eye is here, right? So I want you to meditate on that, right? So symbolically, you might be saying, what does that mean for me, KP? Well, symbolically, what that means is you to get through your situation and circumstance, you're going to have to not be stuck in a situation and circumstance. You're going to have to be forward thinking. You're going to have to use your insight to create foresight, right? And one of my books that I'm going to produce is called Hindsight for Foresight. It's around the time I started writing that years ago when I started meditating. And what I was shown was, well, I was scared because of this, right? And this is something that's gonna resonate with a lot of people. When your subconscious has a lot of things that's backed up that hasn't been resolved on your heart or in your mind, it's going to show you that. Whether it's in the dreams, whether it's expressed through other people, one way or another, the subconscious will be hurt. And if anybody know anything about parapsychology and all of that stuff, you know what I mean, because your trauma seeps through the subconscious if you don't have an outlet and if you don't heal it. So that means people, places, and things, situations, and circumstances, habits, everything is different. And the reason why it's different is because you're trauma lit. I believe that's what I wanted to say. But this cactus, looking at this cactus, just, I don't know. It just threw me off. I was thinking about something else. Anyways, y'all carry burdens. What's up, Lady T? What's going on? Peace, love, health, and wealth. All right, I'm not looking at the chat, so if anybody come in and I don't recognize you, any moderators here, just welcome people with some green hearts. All right. So so I got to get the book. All right, but the unicorn, right? Um, your vision. I'll say this: your vision for the future is going to be very important. I would guess and say that either you haven't really been a forward thinking person or just in general, or lately you struggled with seeing a positive future. All right. But let me actually read the breakdown of the card. But that was just something intuitive that I was, that I was getting. You never dealt with it. So is that something that you're going through right now then? Which is like having a negative, like not being optimistic, being pessimistic? Are you feeling yourself being, you said you're being very triggered. Okay. I hear you. I hear you. Okay. Talk to me then. Give me some confirmations. You know what I'm saying? Let me know, shine, shine. I am stronger than a horse. You a horse. It is the year of the horse. I didn't know that. That's another thing too, because they took the horse and made it a symbolism of the. They took the unicorn and made it a symbolism of the LGBT. So a lot of people be turned off from the unicorn just by even just looking at it. Okay, So the horse card, number 23, 2-5, LeBron James, Michael Jordan. So, message: believe in the magic and purity of the heart. The symbolism of the unicorn is rich in magic, mystery, and purity, delving into the concept, believe in the magic and purity of heart. In this context of the unicorn can be approached in various ways. Number one. Now, again, like I said, I don't want to, right now, not tonight, I don't want to tickle your fancy with a bunch of tarot cards and tell you stuff you probably already know, or make your day worse by giving you insights on stuff that could possibly make it worse. So I'm going to get bait straight. I read the reason why I like the Spirit Animal Oracle deck is because we take the animal, the personality traits and the qualities of the animal, which is aka the spirit, right? When we talk about the spirit of the person and all of that. So when you take the spirit, aka the symbolism or the personality of the animal, and we take it and we use those qualities in our life to overcome situations and circumstances, people, places, and things, situations and circumstances, right? Right. Listen, Lala, it ain't nothing that gotta happen outside of you for you to say, I am happy. I am progressing. I am moving forward. There's nothing that got to happen outside of you, right? Remember, spirit work from the inside out. And if the spirit of the person is the personality of the person, right? So I'm going to ask you, what's your frequency? Is your frequency optimistic or is it pessimistic, right? There's a lot of details that can go into that. But when you looking at it in its totality, which one is it? Or is it 50-50 yin and yang? I ain't even gonna lie to you. 50-50 yin and yang is perfectly human. It's fine. But we gotta step it up a little bit. All right. And I challenge you on that. Look at us. We got 10 likes. Let's go, y'all. Double tap that screen, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. She said, give it straight. All right. Well, I'm your plumber. All right. So here we go. Magic and enchantment. Unicorns are legendary creatures often associated with magic and enchantment. When we receive, oh, Kimmy, this is for you. Wink. When we receive the message of the unicorn, we're invited to believe in the power of magic in our lives. No, this card is for Lala, but I'm saying something in specific is going to resonate with her. We're invited to believe the power of magic in our lives. It encourage, and when they say magic, I gotta say you can substitute this magic for belief, for prayer, for ritual. Um, you can replace the word magic and say mentalism, right? Um, whatever resonate with you in your personal path. And if you got a problem with figuring out your own personal path, hit me up, right? But this card, the unicorn, encourages us to maintain an open spirit and to remain receptive. Aha. Remember, when we dealing with that third eye, the big thing about the third eye is not talking too much. The big thing about the third eye is being receptive and saying, okay, I see this color with this color, right? These two colors means this. Not oh, I see this color, what if? I see this color, what if? And then if you put them together, what if? No, you take what this is, and then you take what that is, and then you run it all possibilities. But if don't nothing resonate, then you move forward. All right. But it encourages us to maintain an open spirit and to be receptive to the wonders and miracles that can happen around us. This allows us to recognize and appreciate the beauty and mystery of the world around us. Purity and innocence, right? So I hear a reset button coming. Unicorns are symbols of purity and innocence. Their untamed and unblemished nature represents the beauty of the soul and sincerity of the heart. Listen, y'all, when I'm fried, I cannot read. I do not know what it is, but for some reason, when I'm high, I cannot read. All right. I just noticed that, like, I'm like, man, I ain't really mess up them many times. All right, here we go. Anyways, it's like I be seeing the words, but my brain just be like on Mars and Pluto somewhere. I don't know. When we receive the message of the unicorn, we're invited to cultivate the purity of our heart and to keep a mind and spirit free of impurities. I said something about impurities order earlier and negativity. It invites us to preserve a sense of wonder and innocence in the world, even in the face of challenges and difficulties we may face. I always say it's a million things that can go wrong, right? Every single time you lay down, every single time you wake up, it's a thousand ways to die. It's the reason why they made that show, right? I mean, get an infection, and you know what I'm saying? Like, is you never know, right? I always say we only got a handful of emotions: happy, sad, angry, scared, whatever, right? We only got what, five, six, seven emotions, right? They say it's a few basic emotions. So my thing is that do you want to prepare for the million things that can go wrong every single day? Or do you want to prepare the mind that can handle those things that could go wrong every single day? Because with the right mindset, there it doesn't matter what could go wrong. You have the mindset to either fix it, deal with it, move on, put it off for a different time, whatever, right? But when you get stuck in the moment and you always wondering what if and shoulda, coulda, woulda, and this thing will never end or this thing will never get better, then you get caught in the web. You get caught in the trap. Right? I need to do removing manifestation blockages on that, removing the traps. Breaking the web and removing the traps. I like that. Breaking the web and removing the traps. Fuck with KP, the cat in the hat. All right. So number three is believe and hope, and I think this is really, really, really. I think those other two was really just like clearing the space, but I think this is was really going to cement this card. So unicorns are symbols of hope and faith and the power of God, good. I'm sorry. When we receive the message of the unicorn, we're encouraged to believe in our dreams and to keep hope alive for the future. It invites us to cultivate a positive outlook on life and to believe in the transformative power of love and kindness. This allows us to overcome obstacles and to pursue our goals with determination and confidence. So, in summary, Lala, when you receive the message of the unicorn, well, when we receive the message of the unicorn, right? Because we all get some healing. We're invited to believe in the magic and purity of the heart. It encourages us to keep hope and faith alive in our dreams and to cultivate the purity and innocence of our soul. This allows us to live a fuller and more meaningful life where we feel in harmony with ourselves, with the world around us. All right. So, in summary, if I can say something really quick, um, a lot of times people just need to believe that I can and I will, and then have a little bit of persistency and consistency with that. Um, I always say this. Well, I don't always say this, but here's an analogy, right? A broke person, right? A person with a lack mentality, they'll walk past $100 on the ground, and because they're not focused on obtaining wealth, they could miss it. But if you reverse it and you got somebody who's focused on wealth, they might not miss that opportunity of wealth. A broke person is a manifester. I think I know what you're saying. But what I would say is that a broken person is a manifester. A broken person is a strong manifester. I'll say that. Since you got to create your own reality. Kimmy, what do you need to give for? What do you need to give forgiveness for? What do you need to give forgiveness for in your situation? Because forgiveness makes things better. My whole thing is that if a person, listen, listen, whether a person is doing something consciously or not, no behavior is done haphazardly, right? When you understand psychology, you understand that all behaviors have a motivation behind it, whether it's a subconscious motivation or a conscious motivation or impulse, whatever. There's always something. But I will say this: double tap that screen, hit that like button. What the H? Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Donate to reciprocate. Remember, everything that you donate goes directly to food, shelter, and water. That is a tall question. All right, well, forgive him for it then, and forgive him for old shit too. Listen, I don't care about all those big words. La la. And the reason why I said that is because a lot of people come to me, they be like, KP, I'm a this and this person is my karmic this and I'm a this one and I'm a light being and this one and that one. And I'd be like, so what you want to be in the next 5 years? They be like, I don't know. Well, where you want to go? What do you want to do? Do you want to travel? Sure. Where you want to go? I don't know. Right? So the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is that he can be an avoidant. He can be a narcissist. He can be a this one and a that one. You could be, and I'm not trying to shame you, right? Let me build. Let me build real quick, all right? Because I talk too much. Only thing I'm saying is that it's cool that you can give me those words to help me understand what you're going through. But at the end of the day, those big words don't mean nothing unless we can use those big words to equal, unless we can add those big words up and equal a solution, then I don't want to use those big words. I was highlighting me and where I could fix the situation. That's a clue for me to dive into to start healing. Yeah, but my thing is that did you do a legal document like I told you to? What's up with the legal process? Because my whole thing is that only time it's time to panic is when you ain't got no solutions. But then even if it ain't still ain't time to panic because again, we building a mind that can come up that just because I can't Google a solution, just because I can't text my friend to give me a quick solution, that don't mean that I can't come up with a solution. Being upset doesn't allow your brain to critically think outside the box. So technically, if you ask me, it really ain't no time to panic. It really ain't no time to get angry. It really ain't no time to get scared. Well, my whole see, and here we go with another big word like narcissist. Okay, so my thing is that there's a reason why he's a narcissist. And since there's a reason why he's a narcissist, that means he need to get healed from something. And since he needs to get healed from something and he's in your presence, then you need to do what you can do, whether it's subconsciously or consciously, right? You need to help him. Okay, well, my whole thing is that you can't operate out of fear because you operating out of fear is going to project the people who has the authority to make that decision. Your fear is going to attract them to you. Now I ain't even gonna lie to you, you already walked on, it's been walked on, but it's the reason why you walked on, that's the thing. You see what I'm saying? You've been walked on a long time ago, and he ain't the first person. I'm sorry. I just hate to say it, but that's the truth. Because my thing is I don't like displaced anger. I don't like being angry in one area then taking it out in another area or something like that. Like let's be real. Like at the end of the day it's uncomfortable, yes it's scary, all of that, but at the end of the day either we do the legal way somehow some way or something got to shake. Because at the end of the day, okay, well, my thing is that you never invited him. Don't matter because he here. I ain't. I don't want to hear that. I never wanted him here. He's there. So let's focus on today, right? It doesn't. You got to stop telling yourself that I never even wanted him here in the first place. He was supposed to just help and then leave. Stop telling that story. And if you do keep telling that story, then don't leave it at just that. Say, and he left fast as hell. Start saying that, right? Add something. Add some juice to the story. Do something. All right. Well, my whole thing is that the language that you using is the language of a defeated person. Well, Lala, I was waiting on you to talk to me about your situation. To be honest with you, Lala. Well, my whole thing is that y'all playing cat and mouse. Y'all playing Tom and Jerry at this point. You could come on here and tell me how much you standing for yourself and how much you demanding it, but at the end of the day, you feel like it sounds like you feel like you defeated. Listen, there's nothing wrong with negativity coming to your brain. Your brain is made for you to do certain things, to be aware of possible dangers. So it ain't that. That ain't the thing. My thing is, are you getting stuck? Are you allowing yourself to think about negative things even though it's making you scared, even though it's making you petrified, even though it causes you to sit in a corner scared, or it causes you to go smoke weed and escape? Pink slips to the cops. Where Ursula at? Where she go? Hold on, y'all. Let me run in the room real quick. Let's check this out. My top of the trunk. I need to go find that other ticket. Did I scan the ticket that was for the other day? So why? So my thing is, do he have the money to leave? Because if he ain't got no money to leave, then you tricking yourself right now. I ain't even gonna lie to you. You playing crazy. What happened? What I miss? Trapper of the year because you told me best. But check this out. My top in the trunk. Missing the Molly with the Percocets. No, you better call the fucking police, then. You better call the sheriff, whoever the fuck. You better call that motherfucker with that star. You better call the FBI on his ass. Y'all get your own FBI. Shit. Y'all got your own law enforcement. You better, man, you better call somebody. And you know, my thing is that I'm in a similar situation to where I'm fucked up. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm one step away from being homeless too. But I'm not abusive though. I'm not an abusive person. I don't try to take advantage of people and shit like that. Like so I hate to hear that, that he in that situation because I know what it's like not being able to be I know what it's like being an adult and not being able to take care of yourself. That shit is not pretty. And then especially if you got other shit going on, like no, that shit, hell no, that shit ain't cool. Don't nobody want to go through that, and I don't blame nobody for not wanting to go through that. I would have been did that. What the hell? I didn't even know that was an option. You should have been did that. I'm about to hit that haram, baby. I'm about to be tree. I'm about to be tree. I'm about to be tree. I'm about to be tree, nigga. About to be tree. Said I'm about to be tree. Yeah, yeah. I'm stronger than the black horse. I will overcome this. Look, to be honest with you, if I could be honest with you, as much shit as I've been through, you ain't got shit to complain about. If this is the only thing you got to complain about, then you need to shut up. And I ain't even gonna lie to you. The reason why I'm saying that is because what the fuck? You really just you. I mean, of course you don't want you. You know what I'm saying? Like, of course you don't want certain shit to happen. You don't want certain shit to go down. Of course, cool. But man, you better catch you a body then. You better whatever you get, you better give. If that's the case, if you think you're doing it on purpose, just because of what you've been through, then do it on purpose back. Call him a homo or call him a homeless thug. Say, nigga, you a homeless thug, nigga. Kimmy girl, you better roll you a blunt and stop stressing. Shit, to be honest with you, I'd rather you give him the silent treatment and then you go into meditation and you send some positivity his way. I'd rather you do that than to do something else because I don't know. I just feel like at the end of the day, I just feel like you could be in way worse situations. And I'm not trying to minimize what you're going through now, but I know you've overcame more with less. So I know this shit get rough on the day in day out basis, but you got to at least tap into that silver lining or something. Well, that I was just talking shit about matching energy. I don't like really matching energy unless you gotta like literally physically fight. I don't recommend people matching energy. I'll just be talking shit. But check this out, my top in the trunk. See, I don't like stories like that because that story, first of all, y'all was in a truck fighting. So I know is way more to the story than that. And you just only mentioned what he did. Like he ripped you out of a truck. Ain't nobody, so y'all was just driving and then somebody was taking too long at the light and then he just looked at you and started going crazy. Like, come on now. Like I ain't gonna say that he ain't do nothing wrong, but you literally gave me 1%. You just gave me 5 minutes of a 2 hour a movie. Whoa, excuse me. I be forgetting I'm a man and I don't be caring. Oh, wait, my stomach hurt. That's funny you said that because I'm rolling up right now. What's up, y'all? I know y'all back there getting entertained, man. Somebody donate $1 to the Cash App so we can listen to some music and chop it up. Man, I got blessed today, man, on some crazy shit. My PC battery is running low. Please plug in your PC. So you know what you did wrong, right? You know what you did wrong. Let's have a real talk situation. You know what you did wrong, right? I need something to drink. My mouth dry as hell. I want you to approach this situation like a professional, not from like a hurt ex. Who is James? What's up, James? Where James at? I ain't gonna lie, we about to do some low light readings. I can't do this light. Excuse me. I know my plants be mad at me, but I can't do this light, y'all. Y'all gonna have to get it when I go to bed. Two chains. Right, that's what I'm saying. There we go. There we go. Now, see, now that what's that? What was that card? The Knight of Pentacles. What's up, Jen? Yeah, I can't do that light. I'm sorry, y'all. I do not like these LED lights. They just don't sit well with me like at all. We need a long term plan. So why he ain't got no job? Why he ain't doing DoorDash? I need some more candles. That ain't got shit to do with him. I ain't gonna lie. If I'm fucked up and I got a whip, I'll drive to get make some bread. And you say he got a truck, I'll be over there delivering dog food, whatever the fuck I gotta do. If I had a whip, shit, you sound crazy. Like me right now. Man, give me a whip so fast. The whip is the key to bread, man. These days, more than ever. I know a lot of people they'd rather have a whip before they'd rather have a house before they get a car. If I could walk to work, yeah, okay. Shit. I could drive to a shower. You know what? I like that. Who the fuck said that we had to have The light old anyways. You can see that. Let me pull my card. To try to put me over, Pete. To the left. Help me. Nah, what you doing is purging. What you doing is smudging. That's what you're doing. Now the thing is that now that we cleared the space, meaning that now we got some of the emotions out, now that we had that aha moment, that okay, let me breathe and calm down moment, now that we've been through that, now is we in the gathering information and coming up with a game plan stage. What's been working, what hasn't been working, what do we need to change, do we need to do some research, you know what I'm saying? You know what, I got a question. We never talked about the book, not in depth. We never did the review. I ain't never got too much going on that I can't do my job. Don't forget that. Don't speak for me. I apologize for saying it, if I came off rude, but I was just being direct. Like I ain't got too much going on that I can't do my job. So he not there right now. Raku, Raku, Raku. The best way to manifest things we want in our life. And driving off this week makes total sense. Just never really thought to do that. Yeah, yeah, that's some really deep science right there. Hey, wait, whoa, whoa, whoa. When I asked you the question, you said he was there. That was cool. Now you don't gotta you don't go in. We gotta practice not going in, okay? We gotta practice not being bitter, right? People practice being bitter. So guess what happened? When you go to bed bitter, guess what's gonna happen? More bitterness gonna come to you, right? You see that? Just think, if the first thing you wake up is, first thing you think about when you wake up, like, damn, I can't stand this house, or damn, I can't stand Pizza Hut, or damn, I can't stand this job. Then you know what I'm saying? You're gonna be off. That's you basically just stubbed your toe right there. Soon as you woke up, you just stubbed your toe by opening up your mouth, right? I always say, see, that helped me explain what I used to say when I couldn't explain it. When I used to say, when you praying to God for something, you got to be delusional. And I couldn't really explain that in a way that was like fast and efficient and articulable, if that's how you say it, right? But when you believe in something that you necessarily can't prove to somebody right now, you kind of, by law, by definition, I mean, that's a little bit delusional, you know what I'm saying? Illusion. You created an illusion for yourself. Wait, which one is it? You created a delusion? A delusion, one of them is something that you create, the other one is something other people can see, I think, but maybe it's a different perception or something like that about it. Book stated that something about how we feel and think about our life comes to be, but he said that how we feel about others, they will come to be. That to us, boom, that was a wonderful epiphany, and that's why I said a lot of women be so burnt out, right? They say, "Oh, I don't want to be nobody. I don't want to have to raise a grown man. I don't want to have to groom or teach, or I don't want to have to do these things." And I be like, ain't nobody gonna be perfect though. It's going to be some give and take. So you saying that you don't want to help nobody, you basically saying you want somebody that's perfect. I wonder if you think you perfect. And if you think you perfect, then I'll caution you to think that you perfect. What do you mean events from the other night, from the money situation? Well, listen, my thing is that if we know what we know, then listen to Coach KP when I tell you, what are we consistent on? What are we persistent on? Because that's going to become our frequency, right? No, I don't. I think you misunderstood something I said. I be talking too fast. But even if it just was bitter just the other day, like, we know what we know, so you know what I'm saying? We got to be able to rise above it. We got to be able to fly above it. And I want you to put all that stuff back up. You know what? Never mind. You don't have to. But what I was going to say is put it all back up and just use what you need when you need it. But it might be good to have a visual thing, like an altar. But you know, that's really up to you. But what I would say, even with the altar, I would say have a mini altar, have a easily removable altar, or not that you gotta hide it or anything like that. But I want what the altar is cool, and the altar is where you. Oh, welcome to the ceremony. Listen, the peace in your home and whatever's going on that make you uncomfortable shouldn't have to be mutually exclusive. So just because you manifest one doesn't mean that the other one blocks it or vice versa. You understand what I'm saying? When you're talking about peace in your home, is your home. The definition of your home is peace. So that means that nothing going on inside of it or outside of it is going to disrupt the peace. If something do come in and it's not vibrating on the right frequency, then it won't be able to stay long. The dominant frequency always win. So if the dominant frequency is peace, love, health, and wealth, then anything that's not that won't be able to sit. Like it's that is so real. I am peaceful, I am loved, I am healthy, I am wealthy. Right? Anything that's not peaceful, that's not loving, that's not healthy and wealthy won't be able to vibe on that frequency. They just won't. And either they gonna rub off on you or you gonna rub off on them. So my question is, who gonna be consistent and persistent? Deja vu. You know what I'm saying? Like it's really, 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 really up to consistency at this point. Because like I said, when it comes down to peace, love, health, and wealth, we all, to a certain degree, want those things. Now, it might look different, right? Because we born on different days, we have different backgrounds, different families, different upbringings, etc. So the things that we want, we can have similar views and similar ideas, and we can align on some things, but you got to be in tune with you as an individual before you even think about realigning with another one to become something different. Alignment is key, and as much as you can, get in tune. Don't say nothing right here in the chat, but let this sit on your mind and heart. As much as you can, visualize what peace, love, health, and wealth mean to you. As much as you can, do it. Even if you want to sit down right now and get your posture together, do a little bit of breathing. We can do it. But when you say, let's just say we lived in a community where the greeting was peace, love, health, and wealth. And so, well, I don't want to do that. Anyways, well, yeah, why not? Mental exercise. So let's just say it was a community of people who met at a park and it was like a seminar or something like that. Maybe we can do that on live, right? Maybe you can help me with it, but or maybe I can help you with it. But we do a writing exercise. Maybe that we can do group therapy. I was thinking about that the other day, and it just popped back up again. So maybe it's meant to be. I was thinking about doing group therapy online. Group therapy Thursdays, GTT. That ring, GTT saying. Let me catch up to the chat. Ain't nothing going on in the chat. Am I tripping, cool? Let me refresh it. But like I was saying though, we can do a group writing exercise where, and then we can even share if we want to. Well, we sit down and we write down. I mean, we say, "I am peaceful." What would that? What does that mean to the individual? Um, when you say, "I am loved," what do that mean to the individual? Right? I am healthy and wealthy. What do health mean to you? And what do wealth? What you know? What's the top three things you want? Well, if you hit for 200 million after taxes, you got 200 million in the bank. Super lotto jackpot. What you doing? What you investing in? What you gonna eat? I'm gonna open up a chain of restaurants with a strip club downstairs and Bible study upstairs. I am very loving and kind. I am not a malicious person. I love everyone even though hurt me and did wrong. Um pause. Pause, pause, pause. I continue to send them love. Um pause, 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 pause. You had a moment of emotional dumping right there. Um that means that the energy when you're talking about the chakras, right? That's telling me that your I am is still attached to pain. Um, I want you to say what you just said again, but I don't want to say finger pointing, but I mean at this point, well, I'll say this in general because this is what had helped me on my journey, and this is what have helped a lot of people. Right. First of all, I want to say, put yourself in another person's shoes. Right. What would you have? What would you have had to go through to to do what they are doing? I'm sorry, I cannot articulate myself. What would you have to go through in order for you to do what they are doing? Right. And I that exercise goes for parents, lovers, friends. You can put your if you can put yourself in your shoes and say, this person had to be hurt so bad. She said, I really do have a very kind and pure heart. I want, I never want bad. Listen, it's still some pain there. It's still pain there. Um, and there's nothing wrong with it, right? This is not a shaming thing, right? But we don't have to mention bad when we are calling in good. We understand that duality exists and all of that, but when you say money isn't, we gotta change that sentence too. I don't want, I want the statement to be as pure as possible, if you understand what I'm saying. And the reason why I want it to be as pure as possible is because we can, if we repetitiously use that, then we can stay on that frequency. And I want to make sure that the frequency that we stay on is going to be like the best pasta sauce in the world. I don't know why that was the analogy, but maybe you like pasta sauce. Maybe you know good pasta sauce. Maybe you need to cook some pasta sauce. Did you cook pasta? All right. So, no, I am just tired of men and my life hurting me. I, that is what I grew up with. Then you said you do love a good pasta. See, they said KP wasn't special. I knew it. All right, so that is what I grew up with, and then married a partner that was that way, and I done that exercise time. I have never walked in their shoes, and I have done that exercise time. I have never walked in their shoes. I think I know what you're saying, but I want to leave room just in case if I'm misunderstanding. Well, enchantment. Use enchantment. People use enchantment for everything else. Why do separation got to be hard? Why can't, if a woman can love a man and get a ring, she can love a man and leave. He listen. I'm gonna say some super spiritual metaphysical shit. Men need a battery. They do. The world is so hard. Okay. The different the typical average difference between a male and a woman mentally, emotionally, right, is that typically the woman will, or the person who's more feminine, right? Because gender really don't matter. I don't want to get in trouble, but it is what it is, right? It's science. Typically, the woman will make decisions more emotional based, and the man will make decisions more logic based. It doesn't mean that they can't tap into the opposite. It just the default processing of the brain when our genders is decided. You know what I'm saying? And then, society doubles down, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm starting to lose my train of thought. Um, I can't believe I just lost it. I need to go back. Let me put this on full screen. Fried chicken. Fried chicken. Sorry, y'all. Something disrupted the frequency. I'm gonna start talking like them spiritual people. Oh, that was a download. Maybe that was a clue. Yeah, I need to go to sleep. Nah, I was saying something though. Hmm. I need to get like Yoda. Yoda used to smoke. I never really watched Star Wars. Yoda used to be fried. Yoda did look sleepy. Yoda did look sleepy, and Yoda was green too. Oh, that's funny. Yoda was a Nagasadu. Damn, I went back 20 minutes. That's why I be talking sideways and backwards. I remember what I was saying. I don't remember why I was saying that. Oh, gender. Men. Men need a battery. This is some super duper metaphysical real ass shit, right? So real talk, he need a battery. Men need batteries. Me right now, I need battery. The battery is the feminine. You got to remember, this is how they got good cop, bad cop in the first place. Is the balance of the masculine feminine. That it just play out in different ways in society, like the red and yellow on McDonald's. It plays out so much. Like you don't even know. Anyways, um, if you can love him to get a ring, if you can love him to pay the bills, and you can love him to motivate him to do what he need to do. My whole thing is that win, lose, or draw, you know him better than he know himself, and the reason why I say that is because he's so fucked up. And so, because you know him, if you can constantly get rid of the pain and the discomfort that he's currently causing you, and and love him, even if it's loving him from a distance, even if it's praying, meditating, but love him, support him, nurture him so he can go with that intention. A lot of women associate loving and nurturing energy with either children or somebody that they in love with, that they want to be with, or like if you're a friend or something like that. But it's kind of different than like family. You know what I'm saying? But but especially men who hasn't healed, they need the extra love. You understand what I'm saying? They need the extra love. And so there's, if you look at it from this way, I don't believe in signing a soul contract before you born. I don't know about that. I ain't gonna say it ain't true. I just don't know. But one thing I do know is that every single decision we make is a new contract. And when we have things that's continuing day after day, we update the terms of the contract. Whether you believe it's updating or not, it is. You're not stuck and frozen. It's always progress being made, even if you don't see it. So the battery in his back is, even if it's from a distance, he's there for a reason. And maybe this is a part of you. Maybe this is a part of your journey. Maybe this is an opportunity where you can practice that book. You see what I'm saying? Where it's almost like you been dealing with asthma all your life, and then you smoke weed, then next thing you know, what you thought was bad for you is actually the thing that helped you. You see what I'm saying? Maybe this is a opportunity for you to, to sharpen the sword, sharpen the tools in the shed. Maybe this is an opportunity to add to your tool bag, right? Uh, turn it into a lesson, turn it into a challenge. And the best thing to do is to think outside the box. What other way to think outside the box than to use love and healing energy for loving and healing? Especially somebody you don't want to love or heal, per se, necessarily. Like they ain't your first choice. Maybe this is an opportunity for you to enact all of the healing you've been doing, all of the research you've been doing. Maybe it's time for you to start being the cause and the effect. Maybe this is you finally realizing your power and saying that I'm not subject to people, places, and things anymore. Yes, there's other people in this world. Yes, I got to respect their space, right? Cool. I'm not going to infringe on their energy. I hope nobody infringe on mine. But when you go above and beyond that, when you start filling in the details of peace, love, health, and wealth in your life, maybe this was something that both of y'all needed to fully move forward. He left and came back, and he was the same person, even worse, right? Maybe he just had a cool haircut. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he got a new truck. I don't know. But for better or for worse, the person he is was planted, the seed was planted as a child. And we can't place blame on him because if we place blame on him, then we got to place blame on the person who raised the child. But then we got to ask who raised that child. So then we'd be stuck in that never ending process. And then we start pointing fingers at whatever, whoever, right? So we know everybody's been fucked over. We know everybody is fucked up somewhere, somehow, some way. Some people wear glasses, some people can't hear, right? Some people over emotional, some people under emotional. Some people got good emotions, but they don't plan well. You know what I'm saying? Some people got a limp, right? Some people got an extra toe, whatever. It happens. But one thing we know is that win, lose, or draw, at some point it was something about that man that you liked and loved. And if the feeling is the key, then memory is there for you to be able to tap into it when you need it. You just got to be able to hold the intention after you do whatever it is you got to do. No, only thing they got to do is meditate. Well, I don't know. Maybe that's the key. Maybe you need to get on your shit so you can teach him. Maybe you in a space where you can finally give him something that he need. Like I'm saying, this ain't this. You not here for no reason. You not the game that you've been soaking up. A lot of people ain't you every well I say this, everybody need different stuff, right? So where our sessions has led, a lot of people eventually need that, but you ready for that though. You understand what I'm saying? You grounded and rooted to a whole nother on a whole nother level. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't got certain levels of grounding that you got on the spiritual level because of because of your lineage and background. You know what I'm saying? Certain things was kept. So, so, so what you do is take the old science and mix it with the new science, and you get to work. See, and look, and this is why being a coach is so important, is because being a coach, I pay attention to detail, right? I pay attention to detail. So when you said I did play the healer, right? The reason why is because you have to healing is like planting healing is planting the seed of a beautiful flower in the flower bed full of weeds. Like the weeds is already taken over. Like the weeds is so bad that only thing you can do is just pull out a couple weeds right now just to plant the seed. And you gotta hope by the time the next 2, 3 weeks come, you was able to pull out uh enough weeds that the little sapling or whatever it's called won't dehydrate. And then you gotta hope over the next couple of weeks you be able to pull out some more weeds and some more weeds, because then you know the weeds gonna start coming back. Then they gonna flower. Then they gonna drop. I was about to say drop eggs. Then they gonna drop seeds. Oh, then you said that a seed of thought. That's funny. Haha, that's funny. Yes, you do, and I appreciate that about you. Yeah, at one point I did play the healer. But oh, that put me back on what I was saying. So when you weeding out the garden and planting the seed, it's two things that's going on at one time. You don't, and this is what I was saying about having peace in the house. You just gotta have enough space. Like you said, have an altar. Even if you gotta put your altar up, right? Have enough, but you just gotta start somewhere, and then you just gotta keep building outward. Keep going forward, keep going forward, keep going outward. You understand what I'm saying? If that makes sense. Like, like the reason why you played healer and the reason why the healing didn't stick is because it take time for you to fully integrate that healer. Right? It's in you, it's in your DNA, it's in the culture and everything like that. It come natural. But just like how people say, next time that person say something to me at work, I'm gonna say something back, right? Just like how we practice what we gonna do when we feel disrespected or when we angry, or you know what I'm saying? Like, well, he said practicing bitterness, right? But it's internal. It does, because you can have all the crystals in the world, but if your thinking ain't right, then it don't matter. That's the biggest thing about the Bible. That people need to get, even with all the bull crap that's associated with it. The biggest thing they talk about is the renewal of the mind. It's a psychological. It's like a visualization coloring book for a psychology 101 class. Well, I can't even say psychology 101 because they got everything in it. Psychology PhD from 101 to remedial to PhD. It got everything in it. To be honest with you, at this point, you don't even have to mention that to me as an individual because I trust your judgment. I just wonder, do you trust your judgment when I give you the keys to the car? Are you ready to, if I give you the keys to this Corvette, can you go drive 2 hours on the freeway without getting a speeding ticket? And then can you drive 2 hours back without getting a speeding ticket? You understand what I'm saying? If I give you the keys to this 2026 Corvette with a full tank of gas, you ain't even got to stop to get no gas. You can go do whatever you need to do. But whatever you got to do is 2 hours there and 2 hours back. Can I trust you not to get a speeding ticket? You tell me what color. I'm doing that to stimulate your visual cord. I'm doing that to put you in the mind to help you visualize what the lessons. This is what the Bible do. You see how I just came up with that analogy of driving a car? That's what the Bible is. That's all it is. All of those stories is just that. And a lot of people get caught up on if somebody was real, if they wasn't. I just literally just made that up. I never, you know what I'm saying? Nobody ever used that in that context. But that's exactly what the Bible do. I didn't even do it for that purpose. I just realized that that's what I did. But that's all it is. That's all it is. Where is my mouse? Because my fucking thing is not working. Oh, because you said Christ like heart. Race car driver. But like I was saying though, it takes time to fully integrate. Just like it takes time for you to when people go to school to become a doctor, before you fully graduate, before you can fully become a doctor, before you fully get your accreditation, you gotta go through a what you call them, right? And it'd be like 2 years. Don't you gotta be a student doctor? What is it called? A student doctor for 2 years or something like that before you even become a doctor. You can't even do private practice or nothing. Yeah. It's like an internship, but they got a specific word for it in the hospital. But anyways, it take time. It take time to fully integrate. You understand what I'm saying? It take time. So maybe him coming back around, like the number six keep popping up. You keep saying the number six, right? Um, practicum? No, it's definitely not that. I don't know what the hell that is. That sound like a Brazier's that sound like a Brazier's paid subscription to a movie or something. That look like a paper. That sound like a Brazier's pay-per-view. Damn, she said practical. Hell no, that shit sound like a straight flick. She said it again. Stop saying it. You about to get somebody gonna report my live. You just keep saying that. Yeah, resident. There you go. She said a practicum. I'm like, whoa, shit. We at the sperm bank. What the hell going on? She $30 an ounce. Hell no. We in this bitch chilling, getting rich, getting high off your own supply. Hell no. Man, I had a homeboy, man. He used to donate plasma. I think he had got into it with somebody up there. Or they said his fat lipids was too high or something. Man, this dude told me he he Googled a sperm bank. Man, ain't nothing wrong. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with it. But man, you gotta know buddy, man. You just gotta know dude, man. To know him is to love him, man. Man. This nigga said he was gonna ride his motorbike. Listen, where he was gonna go. That's the funny part. Listen, in a car, it take you about 40 minutes to get to this place. On the freeway, straight, 40 minutes, right? Think about how far that is. On the freeway going 60 miles per hour, it take you 40 minutes to get there. So, man, this dude said he was gonna take his motorbike and ride and go to this place. There's so many details I wish I could say in this story, man. This dude said he was gonna ride the motorbike to the sperm bank, man. In a car, it take 40 minutes. 60 miles per hour, it take 40 minutes. So that means he going 30 miles per hour, maybe 35. I can't remember what kind of engine he had at the time because he had a couple different engines. Maybe he going 35 miles per hour. So just imagine, man, that's funny, man. I guess that is funny, man. That's crazy. How did we even start talking about that? Yeah, but it ain't no, and it ain't no reason like a divine cosmic story that it was written, but it's just the fact that y'all on y'all individual paths, y'all met, y'all had ups, y'all had downs, some, and I think that this is something that both of y'all needed because whether he's abusive or not, abusive men still care. I don't. It's just they just don't can't they either can't or don't control themselves. But some people can't control themselves around chocolate. Some people can't control themselves around strippers. So it's just like whatever, right? But but nonetheless, that doesn't mean that no matter. All right, I say it like this, right? Because, like I said, I don't believe that you sign a soul contract before you born and shit like that. Because I don't. Why can't I remember? Don't nobody remember signing the contract. Nobody remember signing the contract. But everybody always talking. Everybody talking about past lives, and I was an ant, and I was a grasshopper, and my ancestors were slaves and all this stuff. Everybody remember all this stuff, right? I even seen white people on TV talking about their ancestors were slaves and they remember running in fields and shit when they have dreams of running in fields. I'm not saying it's not true because who am I to judge? But what I'm saying is that let me laugh. I just got to laugh. Go ahead. But the point I'm trying to get to is that everybody remember all these past lives. Everybody can manifest the future, and everybody can see things before it happened. But don't nobody remember signing day. Like in college, we got signing day, right? When you are a senior in high school or whatever, you commit to a college. Yeah, everybody remember that signing day, but why we don't remember the when we was in the Akashic realm or wherever and we signed our soul contract? Why don't nobody remember that? All right, but now that I just vented a little bit, I'm sorry. I just be hearing stuff on the internet and stuff, and it be sounding good sometimes, but that should be crazy. But nonetheless, though, Kimmy, that don't mean that this ain't no opportunity again for you to fully integrate with a healer, right? And you'll be doing it for, well, you won't be doing it for free because if you heal him, he'll be able to go in the world and do what he need to do, right? If you nurture him, right, tap into the feminine. If you nurture him and whatever you got to do, teach him some things, teach him how to deep breathe, get him into counseling, right? Uh, if you do all that stuff, you're gonna create the space for him to go heal in the world. And he might go help other people heal instead of being abusive to other people. Right? That's why I always say, like, people be so quick to throw away people, but you never know what can happen when you give a person a chance. Like, like everybody when they was a kid, everybody didn't always get in trouble the first time they got in trouble, right? But we all know the results of overparenting. We all know the results of whooping the kid every single day, all day. We know the results of that. Even if the kid was wrong, we still know the results. So, so again, is it a cosmic destiny? I guess if you want to, but on simplest terms, I do see an opportunity here. I do see an opportunity. At the very least, there's an opportunity here. And it's going to be physical, it's going to be mental, emotional, it's going to be all of that. It's going to continue to have ups and downs. But when you look at the stock market, 10 years ago, the stock market was lower than what it is today. And think about COVID. 20, how long ago was that? 5 years ago? What was COVID? It's 2026, 6 years ago, maybe. Uh, uh, but see, and that's the hurt talking because if you listen to what I'm saying, what I'm trying to tell you is maybe this is your period of your residency. Do you get the analogy that I've been trying to build? Listen, I've been got this download like 10, 20, 30 minutes ago. I just been trying to build it. Listen, this is your residency. I just couldn't remember the word and it threw me off. If you're a healer, what do they call healers? They call them doctors, right? Rich doctors, whatever. They're doctors. If you're a healer, right? This is your opportunity to heal. You never know. Maybe you can come up here and be a coach or something one day. Maybe you can do readings one day. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? Maybe you can heal people for a living. I don't know. But what better way to start that journey? Whatever way to start, what better way to start your new journey than to tap back into something that comes natural to you, right? Remember, I was saying this earlier, and it's going to be beneficial to both of y'all because this is going to be good practice for you. This is going to get you back where you on a path where you feel comfortable, but this is also going to clear up his path, remove his manifestation blockages, and help him move forward. And like I said, you never know because what if he get the best job he ever had and he actually come back and he bless you, he look out for you. He, you know what I'm saying? He give you a car or something crazy like that. Like what I'm saying is that you what if there's an opportunity here? I need to put this person first. Yeah, but my thing is that what if in those 26 years that's what it needed? Because guess what? It didn't take him one day to get fucked up. It didn't. It didn't take one day for him to get fucked up. It just didn't. I'm sorry. So it ain't gonna take one day for him to heal, unless you got a magic pill or a magic something, a magic blender. What is that called? A magic blender. What is that thing called? I don't remember. Unless you can whip up a magic smoothie or something, and it fix everything. I do readings and used to do chakra healing and other things. We were 20 years old when we got together, silly. Right. So my thing is that you didn't meet him day one. You met him day 365 times 20. Whatever that add a zero and then double it. Right? Uh Dude, that's some cool math, right? But anyways, at the end of the day, right? Whatever what how the bad parts about you, it unless something really traumatic happened, it didn't just happen overnight. Whatever bad habits you got, let's just say you was addicted to Twinkies. Twinkies been out all your life. So unless you just got addicted to Twinkies, uh you low key probably been had an addiction to Twinkies forever. You just never told nobody. Well, let me not use Twinkies. Uh, crack. No, that could be triggering for people. Tarot. Be addicted to tarot. So that's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is that she said, "Bro, I am addicted to Twinkies." Shut up. So what I'm saying is that he has always had an aggressive nature. There's nothing wrong with that, right? If we just break down this statement, there's nothing wrong with him having an aggressive nature. Uh, in sports, a lot of coaches rather have aggressive players than passive players, right? I mean, there's always a time and a space for everything, but right. Uh, and then when you say from a kid, is what his family says. So what they saying is that we broke him and we don't know how to fix him. maybe you can do something with them. But maybe you can do something with them, right? Maybe you can do something with them. And this is what I'm saying. This is your this is your practicum. I'm not saying it's nothing wrong with the word. I just never heard of it before. It just fucked me up. But no, maybe this is your residency. Maybe you've been a doctor before, and maybe this is your official residency, because you just got your residency. You get that analogy? Like, that is deep. If that ain't some deep, super spiritual symbolism, metaphysical shit, you don't even know. Listen, he need a battery. He needs some help. He needs some motivation. He needs some love. He needs some everything. He needs some tough love, but you know what I'm saying? But that shit don't matter though, because you still here. You get what I'm saying? I'm not dismissing it, but what I'm saying that in this moment, all the other times don't matter, because now listen. I'm not saying that you a better person because you met me, but what I'm saying is that if you allow me, I can help you become a better person. All right, we should be Gucci 2 times now, man. Nah, my phone was froze though. What I was saying was, I'm about to pull you a spirit animal oracle card, man, and give you some best course of action from this point forward. I think this is going to be the foundation of our sessions moving forward. So, but yeah, you said you want to put you first. Well, this might be the best thing you can do. Is healing somebody you hate. Whew. Let me ask you a question. When the last time y'all had sexual contact? It's a 42 card flamingo. It says, find elegance in life and actions. Oh, I need something to drink. My mouth is dry. I don't know where to H my cup at. You know, it's just so empty. All right, let's knock out this flamingo real quick, man. Oh, I can't see. It's too dark. These words too small. Okay, so the flamingo is a bird with an elegant and distinctive appearance, often associated with beauty and grace. Let's delve into the concept of find elegance in your life and actions and the concept of the flamingo. So, grace and beauty. The flamingo is known for its grace and beauty with its long arched neck. Oh, I can't see. Long arched neck, colorful plumage, and elegant posture as it moves through the water. When we receive the message of the flamingo, we are invited to seek grace and beauty in our daily lives, striving to bring a sense of elegance to our actions and relationship and our relationships with others. It encourages us to be mindful of our presence and to and the impact we have on people around us, seeking to bring a total of beauty and sophistication in everything we do. Balance and harmony. The flamingo demonstrates extraordinary balance as it moves through the water, manifesting an elegant posture and certain lightness despite uh, its imposing size. This reminds us of the importance of finding balance and harmony in our lives, striving to remain calm and compound even in the face of challenges and difficulties we encounter along the way. It invites us to cultivate a tranquil mind and a serene heart, seeking to live in balance and harmonious in a balanced and harmonious way in every aspect of our life. Authenticity and uniqueness. Each flamingo has a unique and distinctive plumage, making it immediately recognizable. This reminds us of the importance of embracing our authenticity and individuality, seeking to express who we truly are without the fear of judgment from others. When we receive the message of the flamingo, we are invited to embrace our uniqueness and find ways to express our inner and outer beauty authentically and sincerely. In summary, when we receive the message of the flamingo, we are invited to see elegance in our lives and actions, to embrace justice and oh no, I said justice. Oh, I'm tripping. It looked like justice, balance, and harmony. With grace and beauty, this allows us to live a richer and more fulfilling life where we feel more in tune with ourselves and the world around us. So, if you take this card and take that book, what do you get? Because to me, what this is saying that every flamingo is unique, but every flamingo is beautiful. And how I interpret that is that every situation and circumstance is unique. But you got to understand that when it come down to, damn, I'm starting to forget what I was saying. Oh, even though even though okay, that's what I was saying. So even though this situation might not be ideal, that don't mean that you can't still see the beauty in it. Those ain't the words that I was gonna say, but that's basically what I was about to say. Like, oh, I think I was gonna use the analogy like the flamingo being life. Like everybody' life has its own ups and downs, right? Everybody's life got their own plumage of feathers. That is what it is. But yeah, but what I'm saying is that I believe that that's the fastest and the healthiest way of getting out of the situation as well. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, there's other ways you can do it. You know what I'm saying? Is different stuff to do. But at the end of the day, I think that that's the best path is to not resist what you essentially can't resist. Like I'm not saying that you want to, but what I'm saying is that you can't for win, lose, or draw. This situation is what it is. Well, that's what I was saying about the feathers. Win, lose, or draw, life is what it is right now. And you're gonna shed some feathers. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You're gonna shed some feathers, but you also gonna grow some new ones. You see what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is that this is what I was telling you earlier. Your equilibrium is inside of your mind and heart. It don't have nothing to do with your house. It don't have nothing to do with nothing. You- if that's the case, then why aren't all the homeless men happy then? If it or why aren't all the homeless men mad? If your equilibrium depended on certain people coming or going, nah, I can't let you say that. Your happiness, your internal environment is not contingent on nothing besides you choosing to see the beauty in the feathers. Win, lose, or draw, these the feathers you got. And maybe your feathers gonna change over time, but right now, these are your feathers. Well, teach them then. Teach them. Make them your patient. Make them your student. Do something. But that's the way. That's the key. But that's the key. If he don't want to go, if he don't want to go to counseling, if he don't want to go check into a hospital, if he don't want to go to rehab, then the only way out is he need to go to church or he need to go meditate or something. But staying the same is not an option. Go take his phone in the woods and put him in the deep freezer. I don't know, but just sitting still not an option. He's sitting still and essentially you stuck. What's up, Emmanuel? It depends. Can I ask for a donation? No, I'm just playing. So how the hell you gonna have some? And this is what I'm saying. That sounds like emotional reaction because how can you live with somebody and not have contact with them? That don't make sense. That's choosing. That's basically saying I want to fight. You saying once he leave, you don't want to talk to him? Obviously, he's not capable if he's not doing it. I think that's outside looking in perspective. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I got somebody. I'm gonna send you some stuff. I'm hungry, man. I'm starving, boy. Well, my whole thing is that everything I'm talking about ain't got nothing to do with love. And if it do got something to do with love, it got something to do with unconditional love for the whole world, for all of existence. And like I said, this is an opportunity for you to sharpen your sword. This is an opportunity for you to do all these amazing miracles that people talk about they be doing when they meditate and when they pray and when they call on spirit, they call on ancestors. When they say I'm in this one and I'm in that one, you is in a real life situation where you have the opportunity to alchemize a situation. You got an opportunity to turn nothing into something. And I hear a lot of hurt and a lot of pain. And that's okay though, but I can't feed it. If you got unconditional love for everybody, then those details that you keep telling me on why you can't stand him, they don't matter. You see what I'm saying? This is what I'm trying to get to. When you put the work first, see, I've coached people and I told them I don't think this work is for you because they couldn't because the for one of the when people consult me and they tell me they want to help people, they want to do this and they want to do that, and they paying for my services. You know what I do? One of the first questions I ask them is, "How do you feel about forgiveness? And who do you feel like don't deserve forgiveness?" Because when you tapped in order for you to do this, just like being a police officer, this just like being a school teacher, this just like being a doctor. You when you become a public servant, when you take a oath, a vow to help people, when you take an oath to help people, it ain't it ain't no but this is what they call, like, God's work, cosmic work. It ain't no turning people down, ain't no this one and that one. I mean, of course, it's self-preservation is the first law, but when you doing the work, you never know who gonna call your phone and require you for a reading, and you never know their history, their background. You might not know some of their secrets. If you did, you probably wouldn't fuck with them. But what I'm saying is, after 26 years, you still alive, and after 26 years, you got 6 months of him being there. What I'm saying is that if everything else failed, then why not try KP way? See, here we go telling these stories again. I told you, you got to practice not telling these stories. So let's just think. If you keep telling me these stories, either two things gonna happen. Either you gonna enrage me and I'm gonna put a battery in your back to tell you to go kill him right now and go bury him in the backyard, or you gonna tell me to heal and heal him because no matter how many times he did whatever, he's still there right now. So either you gonna see him and see all the things he's done, or you gonna see him and see what you want happen in the future. You choose what you see. What did the flamingo just talk about? You got to practice not telling these stories, man, because you keeping you keeping the energy alive. And when you keep the energy alive, it's harder for him to break off and go away because it's almost like it's a two-way radio. When you got a memory with somebody, it's like a two-way radio. And whenever you visit that memory is going to stay alive in them, and then that memory is going to connect. So you give it. This is why they say forgiveness is not for you; it's for them. Because when you forgive, you break the karmic cords or the attachments or whatever mumbo jumbo you want to use. Listen. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what he did because he not dead and he not in jail. So I don't want you to keep telling me what he did to you. You not gonna kill him and you not gonna put him in jail. So don't keep telling me what he did. You keep telling me what he did is you practicing being a victim. I'm trying to break you away from that. All right. Well, not only see, and the killer part about this is that you keep with the emotional dumping, which is fine. If you got to get it out, get it out. But not only are you emotional dumping, but you taking the time to type it out. So what I'm saying is that if you're not consciously typing this stuff because you think I'm missing a point or something, then you are not in control of yourself. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe we just need to pause this session for now. Maybe we just hit a wall or a plateau for this session because 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 if he was going, I to be honest with you, he should have been in jail if you was gonna put him in jail. And I hate to say it that way, but if he was gonna go to jail, you should have been put him in jail. Well, you gonna have to do what you got to do then. And this is what I'm saying because you can't tell me you at wits end, but don't take wits end action. What's up, pup pup? Y'all get some good sleep? Hmm? Y'all get some good sleep? What you mean he took off? Can he hear me? This is why I asked you, is he there? Because I don't want him to hear me. I don't like being involved. I don't like passive aggressive. I don't like passively being involved in stuff. Like it's been times I didn't got readings and people talked about stuff in sessions and the person was listening to what I'm saying. And people be doing certain things to do certain things. I don't like stuff like that. Oh. So what you mean he took off? Yeah. So what you mean he took off? You talking about he put his hand he hit you or something and then took off? He left me. and my dog out in the middle of nowhere after ripping me out of his truck. Stop saying ripping me out of his truck. All those details. Just say the day that the truck incident happened or something like that. Don't keep, because you keep, every time you go into details, you keep reliving the situation in detail. Like I said, this is subconscious practicing being a victim. You might not be doing it on purpose, but this is how the victim mentality starts. When people say you get stuck in your own way and you get trapped, I'm not saying that the stuff that happened to you isn't traumatic or nothing like that, but you got to practice not going into details about traumatic events because yo, the subconscious, the brain, etc., doesn't know the difference between it happened yesterday or it's happening right now. You see what I'm saying? It don't know the difference. And you taking the time and typing this stuff too. So it's like really, 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 really in there. I don't know, man. Him, I don't know. I ain't gonna lie. I don't want to. If somebody confront me about something and you riding in my car, I got every right to ask you to leave. He ripped you out the truck. I don't know, cuz I ain't even gonna lie to you. I don't like choosing sides. So I'm not gonna be always on his side or always on your side. But if you in my car, you talking some shit I don't want to hear, I don't want to hear it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't always have to talk about it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not about where you talking about it, it's what you talking about. But my thing is that you mad at him for kicking you out his car, but you confronted him about something. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but you could have waited. You should have waited. Right. So that's what I'm saying. My thing is that if you stole from me or my family and I confront you about it, ain't no telling what you liable to do to me. So you can't blame him for being defensive in that moment. If you confronting him about something that he did, and if he said he didn't do it and you don't accept his answer or you don't accept his apology or whatever, you can't blame him for being defensive. Yeah. It ain't no right answer, but what I'm saying is that you in a closed in space with somebody and you confront them about something that's very okay. But my thing is that if he's guilty about something and you got proof, how can you expect him not to be? So what you expect him to do? Say, hey, you know what? You got me on video. I'm sorry. Like you, I mean, in situations like that, he don't know how you gonna react, so you can't blame him for being defensive. I'm not saying it's not true, so you don't got to tell me about the video. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, you confronted him about something when y'all was on the road. Anything could have happened. What if y'all would have got into an argument and then he would have drove into a ditch? Well, you should have. You should have. You should. I don't know. I ain't gonna say you should have, but if you could have had calmed that down, because like I said, what if he would have drove into a ditch? What if he would have swerved and then ran into another car because he was on the phone arguing or something like that? What if he would have dropped the phone and took his eyes off the road and then some bullshit happened? Like what I'm saying is that, and if your brother confronted him, I ain't even gonna lie, it ain't even nothing for you to say for real. Let your brother handle it. Your brother a grown man. And I know hindsight 2020, but in the future, if it happened again, that's risky. Arguing on the freeway or wherever y'all at. I've been in situations where I was in a car arguing on the freeway or whatever. When I've been driving and when I was in the passenger seat. Listen, listen, and this is where self-control comes in. That you listen, I hate to put age in it or anything like that, but you are a person with a lot of experience. Now, if you just haven't never practiced self-control, then say that. But my thing is that how many times have you been disgusted in your life about something? How many times have you been pissed off or pissed on about something in your life? So you can't just use that as an excuse that I was pissed off. Yeah, okay, people do get pissed off. Like me, I get pissed off. But being pissed off is not an excuse. That means that I just found out something about myself. That when I get pissed off, I do this. So now I need to practice not doing it anymore. I'm not saying that it need to be fixed overnight or nothing like that, but if hindsight 2020, right? And if we these super spiritual people, right? You said you've been doing readings for people for 20 years and all that stuff. I can't say that. I can't say I even knew what spirituality was for 20. I'm only 35. I just I this shit new to me. I just started getting into this shit in my mid 20s, late 20s, 26, 27, almost 30. You see what I'm saying? I really got into this shit when I was damn near 30. So, so like I said, you've been disgusted 100,000 times. You've been pissed off 100,000 times. You've been angry 100,000 times. I know hindsight is 2020. So what I'm saying is, in the future, right? Because that's what it's really about. In the future, we gotta make sure that we don't make that mistake again. And then like, even if your brother is pissed off, hey bro, we in the car driving right now. Let's sit down and talk about this face to face, or let's sit down when we talk when we get home. You see what I'm saying? Of course, anybody gonna be mad. But again, if this man is accused of doing something and he feel guilty too, you never know what he gonna do feeling, because he don't know if you gonna call the police. He don't know if you gonna try to set him up and kill him. You never know what's going through his head at any given moment. See what I'm saying? He pulled over right after my brother called him pissed. He hang up on my bro and then just started trying to make me get out the car in the code. I told him. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Especially if it's because you got to think, when there's a person who comes into a family dynamic, even though he might be cool, in the back of his head he already know at the end of the day it's going to be y'all versus him. He already know that. Win, lose, or draw, it's going to be y'all versus him. I'm not saying it's right, I'm not saying it's fair, I'm not saying y'all do it on purpose, but those are things that happen. It depends. Will it be a healthy thing if y'all reconcile? Would it stop saying that 26-year thing, because you're gonna lock yourself into a spell for another 26 years. Stop saying it. This 6 months gonna turn into another 26 years. Just stop saying it. You gotta stop repeating some of this stuff. Especially when they got emotions behind it. Come on, you gonna curse yourself. Stop repeating this trauma. Cause my thing is that if you if you got caught stealing, what would you do? I know one thing. I ain't gonna lie. I stole some deodorant just to see if I can do it. I almost pissed on myself. Oh my god! And the thing went off. I left the sticker on it. You tell I ain't no thief. I left the sticker on it. Stupid. I almost peed on myself. And then the person who checked me out, she gonna say, "You ain't stealing, is you?" I was like, no, 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 no. I was like, I don't know. I said something funny, like I only still on Tuesdays or something. I don't know what I said, but if you got caught, if you, I don't know, man. I ain't no thief, so maybe it's different. But if shit, even when thieves get caught, shit, I seen a thief get caught plenty of times, and they always got the same look on their face. What's gonna happen next? But yeah, it's nothing wrong with you standing up for yourself. But again, you got to be able to be cool, calm, and collected when you do it, because you don't want to, because you can be totally in the right, but you can go off the hinges and fuck up everything. And you be like, I don't give a fuck, I'm right, I'm gonna say what's on my mind, and I don't give a, but we all know people like that. Oh, this motherfucker, I don't care, ain't nobody gonna disrespect me, and I don't care, I'm gonna lose my job, I don't care. I find another way to feed my 20 kids. I'm like, okay, go ahead and lose your job with all 20 of your kids then. Go ahead. Oh shit. Hey, what's crack a lacking? Peace, love, health, and wealth. Magic, what up? I don't know. If you, I mean, if you want to start talking about rights and wrongs, like I said, is that right that he kicked you out? No. Is it wrong? No. I don't think it's right or wrong. Do I think it do is it nice? No. But you did say that your brother called and started going off, and then you started going off too. You did say that. But like I said though, man, I know if I got caught stealing, I'd pee on myself. So you can't blame him for having a human reaction or something. Especially if you know he's not emotionally intelligent. Like you said, you groomed him for 26 years. Like you know he ain't wrapped too tight. So you can't be mad at, to be honest with you, it's petty for you to be mad at him for that shit. To be honest with you. If I could be a real nigga, as they call it, if I can keep it 100, if I can keep it a buck a bean, if I can keep it 1,000, as the kids say, as the youngins say, love the vibes. It happened in a matter of a minute, in a minute and a half. And that's what I'm saying. So you got to think he probably tense. I don't know what was going on with y'all before that happened, but he got caught. You got to think, man. You got to think, man. Have a good day, sir. I love you too, Q. All right, CJ. You heard that, Megan? He said it. You heard it, Megan? You heard it? You heard it? He said it, Megan. He said, I love you too, Q. You heard him? You said what? What about being a thief? What's going on, Magic? Just got off my own blackout message stream. And that's what's up. Well, thank you for stopping through, and thank you for the compliment. It ain't, I don't know. You could call it whatever you want, but how I look at it is just being balanced, man. Because, like I said, 26 years is a long time. You know him better than he know himself because he's only a shell of himself. He's not a healed person. You neither, right? You're still healing. So at the end of the day, what better way to sharpen your skills than to fix something that was unfixable? Even his own family told you he was broken. But look at KP. KP telling you that you can fix the broken. You can heal the sick. I appreciate you. I don't know how long you've been stalking me, but I appreciate it. No, I'm just guilt trip. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Double tap that screen, y'all. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. We almost to 20 likes. Double tap that screen, y'all. Help me get boosted in the algorithm. Nah, that's too long. I ain't gonna lie, cousin. That's too long, cousin. That's too long, twin. She said that is just shady and shifty, and I didn't disrespect him. I should be able to ask him what happened without him getting all crazy. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. And this is what I'm saying. You proving my point. And the tip, well, first of all, if on average, right? I hate to say normal, but on a typical day, right? Typically, you wouldn't even want to be associated with somebody who's capable of stealing somebody that they known for 30 plus years, 30, give or take 30 years. Like, if that's been your brother and you known that man for 26 years, that mean that man have known your brother for a very long time. You see what I'm saying? So ideally, we wouldn't even be around somebody who would even steal. So that's telling me that there is some sort of mental illness going on because he's stealing, right? But that's a whole nother conversation. So, so again, like I said, even if we just talk about the event, if he was confronted, like I said, I don't know if y'all was arguing, if y'all was cool. I don't know what was going on. But at the end of the day, he was confronted by his brother, your brother. Y'all known each other for 30 years, so that's his brother too. It doesn't matter. Y'all known each other for 30 years. That y'all was together for a long time. Y'all, that's his brother. Y'all family. Divorce or not, y'all family. I don't care. I'm not gonna play these games. He raised nieces and nephews and shit. I'm not gonna play these games. So do what? So he's stealing for. This is why I always call weed the new crack. This is it right here because he's stealing money for weed. This is why I call weed the new crack. It doesn't matter what you, even if you addicted to candy, it doesn't matter what you like. If you don't have a mindset to go along with, then you just stuck in a trap. But I say that because I had a homie who used to steal. He stole my sister. Let one of my best friends, he like my brother. She let him live. Now she used to tax him. I ain't even gonna lie. She used to tax him, but she let somebody live there who she didn't have to. And so in return, eventually he wound up stealing from my sister. It was from my nieces and nephews, really, because well, he would steal anything that he could that he thought people didn't care about. Yeah, everybody would be hurt. You think, and then you got to think, like I said, you don't know what he thinking in his head. He probably like, oh shit, they probably gonna beat my ass, or they probably gonna call the police. Because you got to think, if you call somebody and say, hey, I got you on video doing something, you don't know what that person gonna do. They could even just put it on internet, like, hey y'all, don't fuck with Brandon, he a thief. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just never know what people gonna do these days. But like, if I can be fair and honest, if I could be a referee in this situation, like, no, it's not a comfortable situation, especially being a grown man, being caught stealing, not being accused of stealing, being caught stealing. I know I have a problem with just being accused of things I didn't do, let alone, oh my God. Well, if he's stealing from you, then he'll steal from his brother. I'm sorry. If he can have sex with you and steal from you, or if he can tell you he love you and steal from you, then he. Oh, that's why you said the 6 years. I think you said 6 years. For sure. Peace, love, health, and wealth to you. I'm not, see, and that's the thing, because when we talking about accountability, it's not about placing blame. Those things are not mutually, those things are not mutually exclusive. If you talking about what I think you talking about, it's not about placing blame. It's not saying like you had it coming. It's not. What I'm saying is that things happen, and and like I said, you know him better. You know him for 30 years. You know him better than he know himself. It's petty for you to be mad at him because he did something petty. He can do way worse. He's done way worse. So don't be mad at him for something petty like that. Fuck it. You still alive. He ain't kill you. Fuck him. That shit is the least of the worries. Trust me. I'm telling you, if forgiving him would get him out your house faster, forgive him. I'm telling you. I'm not telling you to let him put his hands on you. I'm not telling you to let him do things to you, and I'm not telling you to allow him to abuse you. What I'm saying is that if you not in immediate danger, if you just uncomfortable, right? If you just tired, that's what I'm talking about. If you just uncomfortable and you just tired, I ain't gonna lie. Everybody I know been uncomfortable and tired all their life. So what's another 2 days? What's another day? What's another 3 days, 4 days, 5 days? What's another 6 days of uncomfortable? But that's the thing, because being uncomfortable, if you remember the book that we was reading, being uncomfortable is what? It's a perspective of a external situation and circumstance. We're not supposed to let the external situations, circumstances, people, places, and things change our internal environment. See, I never, before I read that book, I used to talk about the technique of mind over matter, or the manual reset, where we use the mind over matter technique. Before I even read that book and stuff like that, I always talked about mind over matter. You think it's petty of me to be insulted and not willing to take him stealing from my family? I ain't even gonna lie to you. I think you missing the point, and I don't mind explaining it, but I really think that you missing the point because of fatigue. But I'm not saying that it's petty. What I'm saying is you holding this against him 2 days later. I'm not talking about him stealing. I'm talking about you keep repeating him snatching you out of the car. You keep repeating 26 years. You keep repeating he bust your head. He did this. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that he did this to me. That's the only thing I'm talking about. I'm talking about the mindset that's associated, that allows the impulse to happen. If I can be a modern guru, a modern to do, I would tell you to say, okay, still alive. I'm still well. I still got my house. I still got my health. Fuck it. Because no matter what he do between now and the time he leave, the goal is still for him to leave. You see what I'm saying? You said you do call me your guru. Thank you. I respect that. But it's the fuck it thing. In that in modern hood slang terms, what they were saying was, don't let situations and circumstances, people, places, and things disrupt your goal, your plan, your dream. Leave room for something that could go wrong, because things go wrong, right? That's what happens. Right? Ain't nothing just gonna be perfect all the time. But you gotta sip some fuck it juice. That's what I call weed. I call it ain't no way in hell. And this how I know I'm fucked up right now because I smoke weed all day. I don't smoke a lot of weed. Like I can make my weed stretch, but I know exactly how much I need to get high. And I smoke weed and I still be fucked up, stressed out. And this is how I know it's just I need to do some work. I need to work on because I smoke all day and I cannot say fuck it to certain shit right now. I just can't. I just can't in my head just let certain shit go. I just can't. I can't. And so when I get to that point, then I know I need to go within and I need to talk to myself, right? I need to become my own coach and say, hey, bro, I need to, you know what I'm saying? You need to get this under control. You need to do this. You need to stay focused. Because when you pissed off about this, you put energy to this, but you taking away energy from what you want. You put energy towards something that don't make you happy instead of putting energy towards something that make you happy. What is the one thing that I can't seem to what? What's the one thing that I can't seem to quit thinking? The one thing that I can't seem to quit thinking is the same thing that's been in my head all my life, which is love. That's it. All my life, all I ever wanted to do was be accepted. All my life, I just wanted to be loved. I just wanted to feel like I fit in. I wanted to feel like I wanted to feel like that my flaws is either fixable or even if they're not fixable, then that they okay. You know what I'm saying? That's my biggest thing. And it's always been the same thing. But the biggest thing for me now is I know that before I used to go through stuff because I didn't have love. I didn't have certain things. So a lot of it was me making up for lost time. I wasn't consciously doing it. I didn't say, okay, I'm going to go get in a relationship and she got to replace the love that my mother didn't give me. It wasn't like that. I had to realize that that's why I was dealing with shit that I wasn't supposed to deal with. That's why I stayed in relationships too long. Or that's why I even started dating people that I wasn't compatible with in the first place. Now, when I think about love, it don't come, I understand that the reason why certain things happened in the past because I wasn't healthy, right? Just for example, like if I cheated, it was because I wasn't healthy. It wasn't because I didn't give a fuck. It was because I probably had a bad habit or a bad perspective on life or I didn't have no self-control. But it wasn't because I wanted to be a bad person, that I thought being a bad person was cool, that I thought hurting people was cool. I never, ever, ever I'm not sadistic, right? And this how I don't understand, right, rapists and stuff like that, because I don't enjoy inflicting pain. Like it doesn't turn me on. Like I'm not the guy who gonna choke you. I'm not gonna be the guy who be like who gonna pull your hair out. Like, yeah, I might grab some hair, I might, but I'm not like every single time we have sex, I'm not gonna be smacking your ass all the time. I'm not gonna be trying to tie you up and you know what I'm saying? Yeah, so it's just like I'm not a I don't like when I get stressed out, it really stresses me out. Like I don't that whole like we break up the makeup. I am not that person. I go through an argument. I need some time to heal. I need a day. I need a blunt. I might need, you know what I'm saying? I need a couple meals. I need some time. Even if you say you're sorry, even if I forgive you, the physical effects of me being stressed sometimes take a long time for me to the physical, like the feeling drained from an argument, feeling hurt, feeling whatever, the physical part of it. Happy birthday. Peace, love, health, and wealth to you. But I'm not a sadistic person. I don't some people enjoy, even people who enjoy the get back thing, the karma thing, those are sadistic people. I can't vibe with sneaky karma people. Like I'd rather get it out in the open right then and there and then move forward. If you want to spit in my face about something I did, if you want to tell me how much of a bad person, whatever it is, do it. But don't sneak, don't do this, don't, oh, I'm gonna get this person and that one and this one. Don't do that to me. Don't. Because that's not who I am. I don't enjoy stuff like that. If you need to criticize me and keep it moving. But that's the thing though. And this is the test. This is the test because if you really was tapped in to the love, and I'm not saying you're not tapped in, but what I'm saying is that if the new person that you wanted to be was fully cemented, then your perspective would be different right now. The language you use would be different right now. The approach that you use would be different right now. And this ain't a not good or bad or nothing like that, but this is but you is saying what I've been trying to say. You, if that makes sense. Whereas that the situation and circumstance is wearing you down a little bit, and you and certain things like going into details over and over and over, you don't have to go through that with me because I'm not here to dismiss your experience. I'm here to enhance your future experience. You don't got to convince me that what you went through was real. You know what I'm saying? You tell me once and I understand. But again, when you really learn to love yourself, nothing, no person, place, or thing, you don't need a relationship to feel attention. You don't need a relationship to feel love. You don't need it. You can want it, you can crave it, but you won't. It's a difference, right? I can smoke crack, right? But it's a difference between being wanting the crack. It's a difference between being addicted to the crack, right? Like right now, if I smoked a cigarette, I can smoke that whole cigarette out and not smoke another cigarette tomorrow. You see what I'm saying? If somebody gave me a cigarette right now and I smoked it, I won't have to have another one tomorrow. And thank you. And that's exactly what I'm saying. Because the more you repeat those details about what happened, the more you telling your mind, body, and spirit that this thing is still happening to me. So basically, you are saying this is happening to me right now. Every single time you repeat those stories, subconsciously, what you saying is this thing is happening to me right now. And this is why I try to caution people about repeating certain things because it's not happening no more. Maybe the situation that you live in is fucked up, but the truck situation happened 2 days ago. So now I'm giving you this power to say it happened 2 days ago, is over. That's not what you missing the point though. That's not what I'm saying. And even if that was the point, when if something don't resonate, then it don't you don't have to type it out. You don't have to take the time to type it out. I would focus on the other part of the statement. But that's not my point. What I'm saying is when you constantly repeat things, when you say you love yourself, that means unconditionally. You accept you for who you are. You happy, you proud. Even if it's things that you want to change about yourself, you're going to approach it from a healthier space, a healthier mindset. And so, how that looks even more amplified is that it doesn't matter who, what, when, where, why, or how, your internal environment is going to be the same. Even if it take a day or two for you to get back to where you was, even if it take a week for you to shake something off, right? An argument, whatever. You can test where you at in your life, how well you can get back to your basal emotional state. So if it's contentment, if it's peace, if it's love, if it's enlightenment, whatever your basal state is, meaning whatever your resonant frequency is, when you go through a traumatic experience, how well you can get back to that frequency, but let you know where you at. No growth, no momentum, just being stuck. Need the growth. So what they saying when they saying no momentum is that when you constantly repeat those things, your reticular activation system believes that that threat is still imminent and that you're basically going to manifest a defensive reality from a threat, if that makes sense. Some people can't do it, sweep it under the rug and ignore it. Some people can't just sweep things under the rug and ignore it because again, sometimes when you're not used to dealing with trauma in a healthy way, it's not easy for you to sweep it under a rug, especially when you're used to escaping. So what's going to happen is you're going to basically have a habit. You're going to basically have a habit. Whenever we try to just keep tucking trauma, we build habits that creates an outlet for the trauma that we had. So this is where risky behaviors come in, like being promiscuous, drinking, gambling, being explosive, having a short temper, all that stuff. All of that is trauma response. Some people just chalk it up as, oh, that's just who that person is. That's just them. No, no, they developed a defensive personality to where they're always on the scan of threats. The person who always thinks somebody trying to do something to them, they've been hurt before, and they trying to prevent it from happening again. That's just like a person who been cheated on, or a person who been stolen from, or a person whatever, a person who got bit by a dog. When you got bit by a dog, and when you see a person who get bit by a dog and they rather walk in the street than walk on the sidewalk with a dog, even if that dog is in the fence on the gate. What's up, and what up, Star? What up? Peace, love, health, and woe. But when the person get bit by a dog and they refuse to walk on the same side of the street as the dog, whether they gotta cross the street or whatever, they not doing that just because they doing that to stay safe. It's a defense mechanism. They worried about something. They trying to prevent something from happening. I'm chilling. All is well. Yes, Lord. All is well. Oh, you another stoner. Yeah, the stoner's in the building. Stoner, stoner, stoner. I need my stoners to pull up so I can start doing some stoner lives. Oh, you got some stuff I need some updates on too, Star. Cause I still don't know what's up with the situation with the roommates. I still don't know what happened with that. Some other stuff too. I need some updates. I need some updates on the job. I need some updates. I need some updates on all the babies you got. 6 months ago, I had much more balance, and it has slowly deteriorated. Thank you, Johnny. So what that's showing you, so it's a few things that you can do with that time lapse. It shows you where your new capacity for bullshit is, right? And it shows you how much stability and wherewithal that you have to be able to, you know what I'm saying, to keep fighting. Now, what I'm trying to say is that imagine what the next 6 months will look like if you stay with your sessions. If you keep up with your sessions, what would the next 6 months look like for you? They getting big. That's what's up. They all gone. So did old boy ever? I can't remember the details, but did old boy ever go to jail or whatever happened with that situation, or did you tell me he got probation or something? I can't remember. You said you've been in a crazy situation too? Yeah, we all have. So, like I said, this could be another moment where spirit could be showing you, like, look, girl, look how much you've grown. Look how much you've grown. And look at and just imagine what you can do in the future. He's still in jail. God damn, that's been what? Shit. What, about 6, 7, 8 months? Well, I need to lay down. My back killing me, dog. Oh my god, my back hurts so bad. I didn't even know it. I'm sitting on a crate. I've been sitting on this crate. Oh, my back hurt. Oh, my hip hurt too. Uh, some crazy shit. Some I ain't gonna say crazy shit. Some lack of self control shit. Manuel says it's always intense. Tell me about it. Hey, Manuel, we do the four green hearts here. I can tell you what the four green hearts if you want to. I can tell you what they mean. Says sitting on that crate, trying to talk sense. I'm sitting on this crate like I ain't got no sense. I've been online for almost 4 hours running my yapper. What's up, y'all? Can I get a donation? Can I get $1, please? The even ground is internal. We're supposed to create the even ground, which is the internal environment. Like I said, there's a million things that can go wrong, but we only got a handful of emotions, right? Can somebody name all of the basic emotions like fear? Somebody put them in the chat because I can't remember. It's like anger, scared, happy. It's happy, sad, fear. Thank you for subscribing, Anna. I mean, Amanda. You said, but to make it with someone who can't even put it with you is tough. Well, in the future, this is why we got to understand compatibility because in the future, the more we focus on compatibility in a relationship, the better, the more successful it's going to be. Because if you really get into with compatibility, you won't make the mistake of choosing the wrong person. I mean, there's no surefire way to choose the right person, and there's no surefire way not to choose the wrong person. When you talk about compatibility, it helps. That's good. Just make sure you healing because your heart can harden in ways that you don't realize. You might not realize it until somebody else complains to you about it. Not really. I would say compatibility would be a big factor over time if people get into the relationship unhealed. As long as you healing, and as long as you like got a good understanding of who you are and where you're going in life, then you can align with somebody. Well, but the drive is a part of the compatibility. So what I would say is that we need to take some time and go over those areas of compatibility again, because again, when you, in my experience, when you in the process of healing, or you been neglecting it, putting it off, whatever, you you subject to change in many different areas. The food you eat, the people you hang out with, your goals and dreams and aspirations, all of those are subject to change. Period. Just as humans, right? Those things are subject to change. Well, what I would say, if you feel like you outgrown your social group, I would recommend I would recommend that you go, you just get a, you go get into whatever you into, and then just meet people who's into whatever you into, and just have a nice vetting process. I ain't know that. Steak sound good. I want some cereal. Nah, I do need some tea. I'm 35. I thought you knew that. That's a good idea. Manuel, you still here? No, I heard that if you claim your haters, it make them stronger. If you say, um, I get rid of those haters or something like that. I want to remove those haters from my life. Then it creates a detachment from the haters. I did fall asleep. That's how you know I'm sharp. I fell asleep 2 or 3 times, and I'm still on board. Look, 2 people, 22 likes. We still in the building. We still in the building. The numbers ain't going nowhere. I fall asleep, didn't miss a beat. Oh, but to answer your question about the reading, I really I'm tired. I really don't feel like doing the reading. What did you want done? No, Salima. I knew Salima, is there a way that we can get you a reading in private? Can you text me or email me? No, I've been on live for 4 hours. I woke up in the middle of the night. I really didn't even eat dinner or nothing. I woke up in the middle of the night and I just hopped on live. I was gonna hop on live, and then I was like, nah, I ain't gonna do it. And then something made me hop on. So I'm like, all right, I'll hop on and see. Salima, Salima, I want to get you your reading. You high priority on the reading. For real, do it before we hang. Do it before you leave because I want to. After I get some rest, I wanna get you a reading. Whether I upload one or whether we can do a video thing. But yeah. I just don't like doing it via email or text. I don't do that. I do not do readings via email or text. Oh, you can find a way to pay, trust me. But you don't have to donate for me to help you though. I don't require. I just, I just ask people to donate. Like right now, somebody can buy me some cereal. Kimmy, buy me about some cereal. The cereal I want, I'm all out. I haven't used Zoom in a long time, but maybe. Can you get the Google chat? Can you download Google chat? Yeah, I got Gmail. All my information is in the description box. And is in the chat too. So just all my info, my phone number, everything is in there. Only thing I ask is that you just don't call me when I'm live. Not sure, considering I don't have a credit card. You don't need a credit card. You can use a debit card. No, I don't got WhatsApp. Maybe I should get it though. But no, I don't got WhatsApp. Well, don't worry, Salima. We'll figure out how to do it. I just want you to hit me up before you forget. I want you to do it before you leave. Cause I don't have a way of I don't have a way of contacting you. You know what I'm saying? Wait, Salima, didn't you get a reading the last time you came to yesterday or day before? Yeah, WhatsApp cool. I just feel like I don't see the point. Well, for me, if I was to use an app like that, it's because I don't want to use my only thing is my contacts and my, you know what I'm saying, my phone number. I don't want to have my information on WhatsApp. I just don't. I've been eating the golden puffs, the sugar smacks, honey smacks, the golden puff. They're the only thing I can really eat right now. I ain't been able to tolerate a lot of cereal. Yeah, they just my chat my thing is posted. Yeah, I ain't been able to eat like no the corn cereal. I ain't been able to eat none of that. Like I've been able to eat frosted flakes a little bit, but I don't know. It's just like lately, because normally I used to eat two bowls of cereal. It wouldn't fill me up, but it'd have me okay. But normally I can barely get through like one big bowl. So I don't even get full or nothing. I just eat a bowl and just leave it alone. Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, hold on. I'm about to get me a bowl of cereal before I get off live. Cause when I get off live, I'm going straight to sleep. What you doing, puppy man? Did you party yet, man? You got a party? I'm about ready to go to bed. No, no fucking milk. I'm mad as fuck, man. Damn. Puppy, puppy, come eat, eat. Come eat, eat, pup, pup. Eat, eat. Come on. Come on, come eat. Come on. Here. Good boy. Good boy, puppy. Ain't that a good baby? She said no milk, two rats. Mad as fuck. You heard me in there. I ain't even mean to say it that loud. You need to make that a weekly ritual. The tea. You need to do that once a week. Damn, man, what am I going to eat? Hell, man, somebody sent me $5 so I'll go get some milk. I'm sorry. I turned you from a down to a corner. A chico de bar. Kimmy, what you smoking on right now? You know these jackets shining jackals. The relationship with all my bitches, yeah. I need to cut some more off, I need help. I got some bad things I want to touch. But when I cut some more off, I need help. I know what it make the girls go crazy. We hit you to make you number one, please. We on yachts, we don't do jet skis. In your rain, in your rain. Baby, you're blind. I'll touch you from a down to a quarter. I check it apart. You better use an apple. What's up, Melissa from New Zealand? How you doing? Oh shit. This sandwich giving me life. I might fuck around and be on here for another 6 hours. I wish my laptop worked. Melissa going for gold. I'm already a platinum member. I'm retired. I'm a veteran. Okay, for sure. What email did you use? I want to do a 12-hour stream now. Ugh. Oh man, Kimmy, let me tell you something. Yeah, I like to go camping. I've been camping. That's how I got to Washington. I had a job at a camp. If it wasn't for that job, I probably wouldn't have went to Washington. Or at least when I did, I probably wasn't gonna go. I meditate. I heal. Basically, I don't know, man. I don't do. My days is not spent like most people. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna lie. Do I watch celebrity gossip? Yes. I fuck with shit. Every once in a while, I might pull on some politics to see what's going on in the news. You know what I'm saying? But most of my time is spent either studying or practicing this knowledge. Real talk. Real talk. Yeah, I play video games and stuff like that. But I can't just sit down and play a video game for 3, 4 hours at a time. Like, if I do listen to a video game or play a video game, I'm listening to an audio book. I'm listening to a podcast. I might, I do got my show that I watch every day. This is like a sports show. It's like a sport. It's like a it's like a sports podcast talk show thingy. It's like they got like a TV show vibe, but it's on YouTube, and but they all sit around like it kind of look like a living room, kind of not really a living room. It looked like a set, but it looked like a late night talk show host set or something. It looked like Jerry Springer or something. I don't know what they set look like, but what time we communicate? Actually, I can start replying to your email in a minute. Give me a few minutes. I got my hands full right now. I'm trying to spread this. I'm trying to get this shit cracking. I listen to a lot of stuff, man. I got something for you though. I got something for you. Know what, Salima? Since you here, if you give me a few minutes, Salima, I'll give you a reading today. I don't mind. I fell asleep twice on live because I earlier, man, Kimmy. When I tell you, Kimmy, I went to the dispensary yesterday. They gave me a gram of dab for a penny. I never had my own dab before. I only had it like once. I had some carts and stuff like that. And I had some really good vape carts that was like 90%, 92%. I even had a cart that was like 96% or something like that. But when I tell you, I got this dab and I buttered my blunt a little bit. Oh my god, I smoked half of it and put it out. I was on the toilet for 20 minutes because I couldn't move. The only thing that could move was my thumbs and me holding my phone. That was it. I couldn't move. Man, after I ate a little bit of dinner, I finished the rest of that blunt. I don't even remember falling asleep. I was so fried. I do not remember falling asleep. Man, I was gone. I was gone. I was done. I needed that sleep. I always tell people, you smoke you some weed and you fall asleep, you needed that sleep. Your spirit telling you you needed that. I was cooked. It's like I can't remember the milligrams. I think it's like 90 mil. I think they said it's 90 per. It's like 45 milligrams per serving. Before you heat it up, and then after you heat it up, it's like another 40. It's like it's 90%. It's testing high as hell. I don't know how, because I never had it before, so I don't know how good this is versus like other stuff. But man, when I tell you, and I didn't overdo it, man. I needed that. It wasn't too much though. It wasn't like it was too much. So, that's the thing, but I needed it, boy. It felt like I hit a blunt and a cart at the same time. Yeah. Well, they said it was a what you call them. He said it was like a sample thing. I looked at the date. It said it's about to expire. So I don't know if it's a sample, but they don't have it even on their website. So they don't even have nothing from that brand on their website. So I don't know what to make about it. But he didn't even ask me or nothing. He just put it in there, and he was like, and then when he asked me for the money, it was like it was 1 penny more than what it was before. And I was like, I did want to like sound weird, but I'm like, he just put something in my bag. I don't know if it's like a receipt, but it didn't look like a receipt though. I'm like, what is this little box he put in my bag? So we finished talking, saying what we were saying. And then so I asked him, like, yo, what's that? You know what I'm saying? He like, oh, it's just a sample. I said, a sample of some. He was like, yeah, a sample of such and such. I was like, really? He was like, yeah, we only got 6 left, and they just trying to get rid of them. They trying to really push them. That's what he said. He said they trying to really push them. And I was like, wow, I wasn't even expecting that. I'm like, I don't even know like what to do with it, bro. I'm like, can I put it on my blunt? Like, what can I do with it? He was like, yeah, some people do. He was like, don't touch it though, because it's gonna melt. But he was like, you can do this and you can do that, and it's this thing you can get. I was like, man, dude, you don't even know what that just did to me. That just made my day, Wardy. But yeah, it's 1 gram. It's 50. Is retail value is $50. I seen some of this stuff for like 35, $40, but this one is $50. And it's like 40 something THC before you light it, and like 40 something milligrams, 45, 49 milligrams after you light it. Like the THC and the THCA. She said I like dabbing to get straight to the point. My homie just gave me a little thing to put on my mini water bomb, but I don't know if I want to use that right now. I think I want to just I think I want to use this though. I said I was gonna stop. Eventually, I want to stop smoking blunts, because when you smoke it, you only inhale. They say like 10, 13% of what you actually smoking. But like smoking is like the most efficient way to get high for me. Like I love edibles. Edibles is just crazy though. Like it take forever, but once they kick in, like it ain't nothing you can do to stop an edible high. Like once it kick in, it's a wrap. You might as well just lay down and go for the ride. You ain't gonna eat nothing. You ain't smoking no cigarette. It ain't nothing that you gonna do that's gonna make that high go away. It ain't like smoking a blunt. You smoke a blunt, you get some nicotine, you get you some snacks or something, you be okay. Now the only time I ever had dab, it was from a from a rig, and the dude he had a giant, like, don't you know the butane that they put like on the mini grills, like the small bottle of butane that they put like on the grills and stuff, the little, like, it's, I don't know, I think it's like a 32-ounce bottle or something. He had a torch on the end of that. He had like a torch on this propane bottle, and like man, he torched that bitch up. I hit that shit. I felt, man, bro, I felt like I ate like 10 edibles when hit that dab. That dab, it felt like I hit the best vape cart in the world. Like the vape carts ain't got shit on raw dab. I'm sorry. I only like this only my second time having it. The first time, like this is my first time like owning some. I'm sorry, bro, but yeah, man. Man, I felt like I hit the best, man. I hit that shit. And at the time I really wasn't smoking all like that. Man, that shit blew my wig back. Boy, I was receiving messages from the cosmos that night. And I had to go back to the bar and act like I wasn't geek. Cause I was drunk and high that night. I was geek. I was geeked up, shawty. They call that being geeked up. And I was geeked up. I remember the first time I smoked weed in a bowl, I was toe up. I was like, wow. I hit that shit once. I was like, no, I'm cool. Because this girl, we was on I used to work at Jimmy John's. Man, we on our way to work. She like, hey, can you come pick me up? I'm like, yeah, cool. It don't matter. She like, yeah, I'm sorry, I ain't got no gas money or nothing like that for you. And I was like, man, don't worry about it. She was like, you mind if I smoke this bowl? I was like, go ahead. She was like, you want to hit it? I was like, man, man, she should never did that. I was high as fuck that morning. I was like, man, I'm gonna get fired. I wound up lasting longer than her. I wound up taking her spot from above and below, probably. Hmm. But yeah, last night, man. That second after I laid down, because I was supposed to go live. Man, I laid down, man. That shit was a wrap for me, dog. That shit was a wrap. I laid down after smoking that shit, man. I ain't eat dinner. I was snacking a little bit while I was cooking. And then I ate I think I ate like 2 pieces of chicken or something like that. Once I got done cooking, I ain't eat no rice. I cooked chicken and rice last night. I made dark meat. Man, I don't even remember. I don't even because when I sleep, I like to watch something or listen to something. I don't even know what I put on YouTube. Nothing. I don't even remember. I just remember just being tired. I'm like, man, I'm tired. I'm about to relax. Man, that I'm about to relax turned into sleep. I was ding 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 down for the count. I'm about to roll a pinner this time and see what it's like on that butter and see if I can really taste and feel the difference. Damn, you don't even gotta lick your blunts. You could just use the dab. No, I just it's room temperature, so I just rub it on. I just lightly rub it on there because I don't smoke huge blunts. I smoke relatively small blunts, so it don't take a lot to get me high though. You know what I'm saying? Especially if like the weed fresh or whatever. Like it don't take me a lot to get high. So I look at it like lightly buttering your toast. That's how I do it. That's how my shit look. I don't put a lot on there. It's just like a little bit, just a little bit. Man, I put too much on there earlier. I couldn't even finish the blunt. I'm like in 10 minutes I'm about to be stoned. 20 minutes later, I was in there on the toilet, couldn't move. 1 hour later, couldn't even move. What's up, Mara Wallace? Shit. You know what I noticed? A lot of people say that if you, that's how I look at that. Look, see, you be ready for some shit. See, you be pulling some shit out of me. A lot of people don't pull. So when it come down to weed, right? Weed is an activator. Weed is an activator. So the barrier that you feel, like some people feel lethargic, some people feel heavy, some people just be flat out too euphoric to do anything, to be productive, right? Um, what I would tell you is, especially if you like indica, get an indica, smoke it, and do something on purpose. Do something that you know that you probably don't want to do or you ain't gonna feel like doing in the moment, and just get up and do it. And it help you fight that barrier. Because the reason why I call it a barrier, or like I don't know what else to call it. Tiago, welcome back, Tiago. I asked you a question earlier, but you left. Tiago Splitter. I remember him. They there's so many basketball players that came and left. Tiago Splitter. If y'all reconcile, would it be a good thing? Would it be healthy for y'all to reconcile? Salima, are you still here, Salima? That is the schedule I'm taking most of my life because I didn't like to smoke at work. That ain't the question. So who broke up with who and why? Uh, are y'all still in contact, or is this a no contact situation? What was it about? Tiago Splitter. Double tap that screen, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, donate to reciprocate. Remember, everything that you donate goes directly to food, shelter, and water. Jealous? Do me a favor. Uh, do me a favor. Go to Google, type in true meaning of jealous, copy it and paste it for me so I can see the true meaning of jealous. And if you can, find three different sources of the word. I knew it was coming. That's why I just said that. So when your birthday, and what do Scorpio got to do with being jealous? Tiago Splitter. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back. Salima, I seen that coming somehow. You seen what coming? You'll be right back. Oh yeah, for sure. Especially, and I'm happy they said the Scorpio thing too, because I want to know what's associated with that jealousy trait. Because you're saying it like it's a trait or a personality thing, and it's like it's something that's there, but it's almost like you kind of ashamed of it, or you've been made to feel guilty about it. And so I want to know what exactly it is, and why am I feeling this energy when I read these words? Because I just got to know. What card say? No, I don't know if this is what everyone says. You ain't even do what I asked you. It's been like 10 minutes. You still ain't did what I asked you to do. What's up, Deb? How you been? A little short, envious, resentment. So, are you envious? And do you have resentment? Okay, so I don't want you to curse yourself was saying that I was acting jealous and it's a Scorpio thing. That sound like somebody you trusted with information gave you a talking point that you keep repeating. Be honest with you, I wouldn't even recommend you getting a reading about will y'all be together or not. I think your reading should be what do you need to heal? What do you need to work on as an individual? Y'all break up and or whatever is still fresh. And y'all broke up kinda on good terms, I believe. Meaning that like nobody was abusive, nobody was arguing and fighting, nobody cheated, stuff like that, right? As far as I know, y'all broke up on good terms. It was you said because she was moving. All right, cool. So what I would recommend that what you do is now that you got time apart, this is an opportunity for you to look at yourself in the mirror and really decide on what you want as an individual. That doesn't mean that you can't have her or anybody, but what I'm saying is if you want marriage one day, then say marriage. If you want marriage with her one day, say marriage with her. But the key is to be in tune with you, to be able to look at yourself, flaws and all, right? Maybe you can shoot her a text message and say, "What flaws do I need to work on right now?" Right? Uh, Intuitively, without pulling cards, I feel like this relationship is definitely salvageable, but I think that uh sometimes wearing your I would say this because I'm a Scorpio, but I got some Libra in me too. So So wearing your emotions on your sleeves isn't always a superpower. If you're an emotional person, wearing your emotions on your sleeves is cool, but only when you in the environment for it to be receptive. I believe that the clarity won't come from the cards. I think the clarity will come from taking this time away as an opportunity to work on the individual. You see what I'm saying? I think that we could get cards, but I don't think the cards is going to show if y'all going to be together or not. I think the cards is going to show what you have to do to become a better person. Because when y'all do, or if, but when y'all do get back together, you gonna have to be the best version of you, right or wrong. No, what I'm saying is that you don't have to accept the breakup. What I'm saying is let the breakup challenge you and motivate you to become a better person. You see what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with you missing her. There's nothing wrong with you loving her. There's nothing wrong with you wanting her. But my thing is that if she came back today, would you be a better man than you was yesterday? See what I'm saying? This what I'm picking up intuitively before we even get to the cards. Am I the man that she really wants? And if I wasn't and she took a chance on me anyways, if she give me another chance, am I gonna squander it? Or if she choose me, is she gonna feel like she won the lottery? 777 jackpot. I don't even want to pull no cards. I just want you to meditate on 777 for a week straight. Before you go to bed, when you wake up, and during lunch, the whole lunch. That conversation is necessary, Kimmy. The conversation is definitely necessary. But where my intuition took me based on the facts is to say that there is a very, very, very good chance that this relationship is not over. I don't think it's over. I think that it's more likely to happen than not to happen. I just think that we have to make sure we're ready if it happens. Because I think Tiago understands that there is a chance that it won't happen. I think Tiago doesn't want it to end. And so those two things is working in Tiago's favor because the same thing is going to be reciprocated on the other side. So while the other side is making moves bettering themselves, right, Tiago? Because that was the whole point of the move was for this person to better themselves. So since our better half is bettering themselves, the only natural thing to do is to better ourselves. There is no question of if or will. The will lies within a person. So if you are willing to better yourself, then you will be better when the wheel turn in your favor. You get what I'm saying? See, you catastrophizing. See now, Tiago. So one thing that I gotta do is I gotta stop you right now, Tiago. I want you to set the phone down. And I want you and everybody who's listening to set your palms facing upwards, right? Put the phone down, remote down, uh, whatever, and put your palms facing upwards, right? Make sure your chin is not touching your chest. I don't care if you laying down or sitting up. It doesn't matter. If your chin is tucking your chest, you need to move your chin upwards. We are going to breathe from the diaphragm. Nobody typing right now, please. Please, Nightbot, you either. Nightbot, I'm going to block you. Don't type again. Everybody, please, one moment. 455. Let's allow space to breathe right now. I'm happy you said that. If it's meant to be, it will be. And if it won't, then it wasn't meant to be. But guess what? Even if it's not meant to be, I'm still better at myself, no matter what. So let's take a moment to take a few deep breaths, okay? So if you can, no matter if you're laying down or sitting up, make sure your chin is not touching your chest, right? Create some space and make sure your palms is facing upwards to open up the cardiovascular system. Uh, and if you want to, you could just move your eyes around, right? Move them up, down, left, right. But I want you to be able to eventually just relax. And if you can, just deep breathe, just breathe, right? What I mean is breathe. When you breathe in, your pelvic floor should move a little bit. The area that's touching the seat or the ground or wherever you sit when you sit, right? Your stomach should inflate, your chest should inflate, your shoulders should get wide and maybe draw back a little bit, and your head should naturally push back, right? And I want us to just breathe, right? Don't worry about holding your breath. Don't worry about breathing in too long. Don't worry about breathing out too long. I just want us to breathe, right? Just please, just breathe, okay? So whenever we are having experiences from past events, whether we talking about it, whether we thinking about it, whether we feeling those feelings, smelling the smells, tasting the taste, hearing those sounds, whatever the case is, right? We always need to be able to recenter ourselves, no matter who, what, when, where, why, or how. If you are agitated because the grocery store line is taking too long, then guess what? Then guess what? Then guess what? You can breathe. You can breathe right through it. Okay. So here we go. Right here, right now, there is no immediate threats. So our breath should not be disrupted by anything. All right. No thing, mind. No thing. No thing should be disrupting our breath. Right? Ain't no such thing as breathing in too much. What matters is that we breathe through our diaphragm. We can go months without food, years without food. We could go days and weeks without water, but we wouldn't dare go 1 hour without the breath because the breath is so fundamental. The process of the breath is so fundamental to every single life. Even the things that breathe in the opposite of what we breathe in, right? It's fundamental. So, since it's so fundamental to life, that's a direct connection to the basics of you, the human mechanics and the dynamics that make up the human mechanics. Being able to tap into your breath and control your breath at will is essential to being able to do anything at will, right? Because if you do something all the time and have no control of it, what make you think that you can control something new that you never done before? You understand what I'm saying? I don't care if you're crying. I don't care if your fist balled up and it's connected to somebody's chin bone. I don't care if your fist bone connected. I don't care if your wrist bone connected to your fist bone connected to their chin bone. I don't care what it is connected to the neck bone. I don't care. At some point, enough is enough. At some point, we got to say enough is enough. At some point, we got to stop what needs to be stopped. We're not controlling what we say. We're not controlling what we do. We're not controlling what we eat. We're not controlling where we go. We don't even know how we get home sometimes. Sometimes we don't even remember falling asleep. All day, every day, we out of touch with everything. We feel guilty about the foods that we eat. But at what point do we refocus? And where do we start? We know what the goal is. Everybody want peace. Everybody want love. Everybody want health. Everybody want wealth. We already know that. But at what point do we stop telling the old story and start telling a new story? That just like taking a old puzzle piece and trying to fit it into a new puzzle. That don't fit. We can't take it there. Like, yeah, it's there. Yeah, it got value. But those pieces ain't gonna fit in this puzzle. This a whole different picture. Whole different cut. Whole different material. And when you take control of the breath, you control the very material that you are made of. You control the cut, meaning you control the slice of what people receive. You control your part of the puzzle. Shit, you control the puzzle. You control the picture and the cut. You understand? And who get what? 424. But at what point do we stop letting life tell us enough is enough, and do we stand up? This the funny part. At what point do we stand up to ourselves, for ourselves, right? Fubu, right? For us, by us. What at what point do we listen? As a person who done many tattoos on myself, I know that it's uncomfortable for other people to face themselves, because sometimes facing yourself in the mirror feels like you ripping a tattoo off your skin. Sometimes it's just uncomfortable. Sometimes we look up and say, I'm 21. How did I get here? I'm 35. What the fuck? Right? I'm 40. What the fuck? Right? Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes it's hard when you want to get up and go, and you got to take a second to take a deep breath. You get up out of bed and your bones popping and whatnot. But at what point do we slow down and say enough is enough? At what point do we got to stop letting people, places, and things, situations, and circumstances push us to the limit to where we ready to explode? At what point do we stop being subjected to what people project on us? At what point do we start to turn the wheel and say, I'm taking control of this car? I'm driving this car now. Yeah, there's other people on the road. Yeah, it's some people that might get on the freeway where I get on and get off where I get off, but I'm in control right now. Right? It's going to be cars before me, it's going to be cars after me, but at some point, I got to take control of this car, because every single time we crash out, every single time we feel satisfaction for proving somebody wrong, every single time that we stick it to somebody, and you know what I'm saying, this one and that one, what we doing is we hopping on the freeway and we smashing the gas to 150, and then we just crashing, and then we call insurance, and then we go get patched up, and then we go do the same thing again. Every single time we get on the freeway, we get off the freeway and don't know where we going. But at what point do we, even if we want to take the easy road, are you going to put in the destination for the GPS to go? Or is you going to say, okay, I just want to be rich and I want to be happy. God, show me the way. Or do you say, this is what I want and this is what I need and this is what I'm going to get? Because what I want Ain't gonna hurt nobody. And if you're mad at me for doing the right thing, so be it. Go strain yourself. Go hop in the sink and rinse yourself off. Cause obviously you dirty. And you know, we gotta, I don't know, we might put you back. We might put you back in the garden and let you grow some more. Like ginger or a potato or something, like an onion. This person ain't done yet. He ain't ripe enough. Right? But at what point do we start to say, you know what, these things happen to me, but I don't want these things to define me. I don't want to even get stuck still thinking and talking about these things. At what point do we say enough is enough and that the reality I want looks like this? And I'm not going to think about nothing else. If it ain't peace, love, health, and wealth, I'm not thinking about it. If it ain't happiness, if it ain't love, it ain't, what I want to eat for dinner, I ain't got time for it. I don't even have time to think about the stuff that I want. I don't want. I'm sorry. I don't even have time to think about the stuff that I don't want in my life because I'm too busy focusing on the things that I do want. And if the things that you want is rooted in pain, then you need to hit me up for a free consultation because it ain't no way. It don't matter how old you is. It don't matter what you experience. What I got to offer is going to supersede time and space. And it's going to keep you in the moment no matter what time and space you enter. It's bigger than forgiveness. It's bigger than love. It's bigger than hurt. It's bigger than pain. It's bigger than whatever. It's bigger than the violation. It's bigger than respect. It's bigger than that. But when you focus on moments, you lose moments. What I'm trying to do is give moments back. And I want to be able to for people to say that I had a moment and I'm proud of this moment. They ain't even got to put my name in it. But it's just the fact that when your reality start to change and you begin to build that momentum and one good thing happen after another, ain't no good feeling in the world, ain't no better feeling in the world than feeling like you couldn't do something or it'll never happen. And then you get that phone call or that piece of mail or that text message or that deposit, whatever. Right? Hey, we got your keys. Or hey, your check is ready. Or whatever it is that you're looking for. Hey, will you marry me? Whatever it is that you're looking for. But at what point do we realize that these cycles is going to continue? And the more these cycles continue, the stronger they going to get, meaning that the faster they going to happen. And the damage is going to be worse even time. Even if it's a different person, place, or thing, the theme is still going to run. So when it's a tornado, right? They always talk about the eye of the storm. But typically in the eye of the storm, it's cool, calm, and collected. So if you in the middle of the storm, let's just say if a tornado was moving walking speed and you woke up and there was a tornado, you was asleep at a park and there was a tornado around you, and the tornado moved as fast as you not going to be thinking about trying to get to the other side of that tornado, are you? You just going to be worried about not being swept up in that tornado. So you want to stay in the eye of the storm, right? So the analogy that I'm seeing here for that is that it's a million things that can go wrong. It's a million things that can go wrong around us all the time, right? You could slip on ice, just taking out the trash, and you miss 2 days of work. Like you never know what can happen, right? And I knock on wood. I'm not saying, it, but I just be saying random stuff. Hopefully it don't happen. But anything could happen. Are we dialed in? Are we focused? No matter what's going on outside of you, no matter what type of tornado is spinning, no matter what's going on around you, if the internal is out of whack, everything out of whack. All right. So so if you quote in that serenity prayer, then let's expound on that real quick, right? Because you got the vision, it's there. So once you leave the vision and you come back to this version of reality for right now, are you ready to hold on to that? Are you ready to stay dialed in to that? No matter what's going on around you, ain't nothing gonna slow down your path. Like, don't you know how like some people say like I was on my way to work and they started an argument before I went to work and it made me late for work and all that stuff like that? Where was what? The breathing exercise? I'm not gonna lie to you, Kimmy. What I told you earlier, what I told you earlier, you needed to hear. Like I said, the whole thing about repeating the trauma, that's a real thing. You needed to hear that. No, I didn't need to tell you to just breathe. No, you needed to hear the theory behind the breath first. See, what we did earlier was the practical theory. That was the theory in motion. Now, here's the remedy. You see what I'm saying? The breath is the remedy. The recenter and refocus is the remedy. But the best way to make somebody aware of them doing something is to make them aware of it while they're doing it. You see what I'm saying? So you can show what it is in real time that it is. But we were saying that in theory. You never lose. So my thing is that you never lost your power because at some point you said that I wasn't gonna take no more bullshit. So you not this is what you not taking bullshit looks like. You see what I'm saying? And so what we seeing here is what I like to call an overcorrection of a behavior, where in humans, for some reason, we tend to overcorrect behaviors, where most of the time, where there's a necessary emotion and or behavior, feeling, situation, circumstance, whatever, sometimes we need to find a happy medium, right? Um, and some of the teachings, they teach that the reason why you don't choose the left path or the right path is because you need both, right? Where my soundboard at? You need both. You need severity and mercy, right? Um, But what you keep seeing in your reality is examples of that power teetering on the edge of whatever you can name it right now. And so what we want to do is we want to realize that power that we have, but we want to harness it and we want to bring it in and bring it under our control. So you with the emotional outbursts or I won't say outburst, but the emotional dumping, because that's all it is you getting those emotions out. So what and that's another thing I was trying to point out to you too was not only are you the emotions is running wild, but you actually taking the time to not only articulate it, But when you type it out or write it out, it's like articulating it 10, 20 times versus just saying it. Because that's our natural mode of communication is talking. So when you take time to write things down and stuff like that, it stimulate the brain, you know what I'm saying, differently. You know what I'm saying? So you need space. And I wasn't even telling you not to say anything. What I was saying was that how you talk about your past is going to dictate how you manifest the future. And it's not something that you can just turn off and turn on. It's more or less like a rhythm thing. This is why they keep saying frequency. It's oscillation. It's kind of like the stock market. Remember we was talking about the stock market earlier? Whereas like it's going to eventually is in a long term, it's going to go up, right? But the minute to minute, hour to hour, second to second, is going to have some ups and it's going to have some downs. But generally, it's going to trend upward. It might be some things that might happen where employee might get fired or something like that, or the headquarters might move to a different place, and the investors in the stock might they might pull it back, or they might limit some risk as they call it, right? But eventually you're going to recover, especially if you make a good product, especially if you're a good person, meaning, right? If you get the analogy, especially if you're on the right path. It's not, well, maybe you can call it a reality check. I wouldn't label it as that. Yeah, so now instead of but this is where, remember I said people practice being bitter? Remember I gave you that example? This is what I was saying, where you at some point said that I'm going to stand up for myself, right? At some point you said I am not going to allow certain things to happen anymore. What better way for spirit to test you? Because they always say spirit is a jokester, right? And this is why. Because what better way to test you than to test you with something that you've been familiar with for more than half of your life? And my thing about being accountable is building up the wherewithal to not continue it. It's one thing to build a habit of doing something, but my thing is that we got to give grace for people because not everybody can stop everything cold turkey. That's just not realistic. It's just not realistic to expect everybody to be able to cut every negative habit, every negative thing out of their life overnight. It's just not realistic. And sometimes we hold ourselves to that standard. Sometimes we hold others to that standard because of personal connections or whatever. But at the end of the day, whoa, see, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. But at the end of the day, there is freedom and liberation that can be had. You just have to be relaxed enough to receive uh the blessing. If you like, it's just up to it's just being able to breathe and realize that. Listen, it's something so powerful and magical about sitting there like you can do right now. Close your eyes and withdraw from the senses, right? This the eight limbs of yoga, right? And if I told you about the eight limbs of yoga, you're gonna hear all of them. It's something so peaceful, right? Listen to the words, or listen to what I'm about to say. It's something so peaceful about the process of being able to close your eyes, withdraw from the senses, meaning don't really care about what you hear, don't care about what you smell, or even if you meditate with your eyes open, right? It's it, it's something so peaceful about being able to withdraw and not worry about, oh, the neighbor doing this or is this person doing that. And you just sit there and breathe, and you just breathe, and you relax, and you breathe, and you breathe. That moment when you open your eyes and you see everything just how you left it, but it just don't feel the same. That moment is so peaceful. And if you can build on that moment and take that moment throughout the rest of your day and build on it day by day, you know what I'm saying? It just so you know what I'm saying? I know because remember we talked before it happened. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. And then look, and here we go again. What better way for spirit to show you something or to give you something to test you than with something that you already familiar with? So everything that you've been going through is a big old test that you just need to say, oh, and then watch how shit just start dissolving. But the dissolve happens faster when you breathe. See, when you connect the breath, then that oh moment happens. I mean, I guess I kind of pushed that aha moment to happen. I think it might happen faster now, but I wanted you to have it naturally on your own. Stop right there. Here we go again. We gotta stop. We gotta stop. We gotta stop. Stop saying it. Because when you say that, I feel disrespected. And I want you to tell me why you think I feel disrespected when you just say what you just said. You just you just said something so disrespectful. And I want to see if you just caught it. I want to know if you caught it. I need to know. I need you to say something, baby. Thank you. Because I gave it to you already. I gave it to you several times already. Again, you just need to be able to and this is the thing because when you it's so look, listen, this is why that live that I made is so important. Your nervous system or your nerves is like the wires in the TV. And the more you play your TV, the more those wires is going to get worn down, right? Because there's electricity flowing through the wires. So then you start to get short circuited. So let's just say you take your TV and you play it really loud all the time. So not only do you got the normal wear and tear of the TV, but then you playing it above, let's just say the average of that a normal person would. So those wires is going to wear down. So the breath is going to help reset when you overstimulate it, and it's going to allow you to stay in the moment longer. So it's almost like you get a new set of nerves just by resetting the nerves. And when you do that, you're able to accomplish more, which is going to make the nerves grow again because you're able to actually push through emotional blockages. See, there's physiological, psycho, I can't think of the word that I want to use right now, but there is benefits between brain and body coherent, well, mind and body, but brain heart coherence, being in coherence with the breath, which is going to regulate the heart, which is going to regulate the breathing and the nervous system. You understand what I'm saying? There's real tangible benefits to that. A lot of people don't know that. They can't articulate it because they regurgitate in something. But that doesn't mean that they don't get results from practicing it. That don't mean that they don't get results when they help other people with it. They just probably can't explain it. right? And maybe they'll get more benefit if they can't explain it or not. That don't matter. But what matters is are you taking what you got and putting it to work? And when you taking what you got and putting it to work, it's going to be more that be added. And so again, ain't no situation or circumstance that's going to supersede what I'm trying to give you. Because what I'm trying to give you is not only going to squish what you're experiencing, but it's going to prepare you for what you want to experience. You just got to be able to be practical on a day-to-day basis. Hmm. Always. Ain't a doubt about it. Hmm. Thank you. I want to say something, Kimmy. Don't you know? I want you to look up. I want you to get a. I want you to dive deep into this. I want you to look up babies, people. I want you to look up self-realization moments in animals, especially wild animals, self-realization moments in animals. But I want you to see it in babies too. But I want you to see that. I want you to see that process because I got a part two to that, and you gotta jog my memory on part two. But you can only unlock part two if you do part one. And I want you to do some research on self-realization moments. Okay, well, I want you to look at the videos. So watch some videos of it, but I want you to deep dive into it though. I want you to go full in. Forget reading the book. If you can find an audio book to it, I want you to listen to the audio book. I want you to accelerate that process. I want you to really dive into that self-realization moment because you'll be able to see where you lack in your own life, but you will also be able to see people who isn't really self-aware. Like the thing about humans is that because what make humans unique as far as like our brain structure and stuff, it helps us and hurt us in a few ways when when you try to think objectively. I guess you could say, I don't know if that's the right way to say it, but so what I'm trying to say is when you have that self-realization moment of I'm a body, I'm a this and I'm a that, uh and nothing ever comes from it, and you go right back to living the life that you've been living, um it does something to the psyche, but it don't really do what it could, because you don't stay focused on within. You stay focused on you obtaining things. Yeah, but I want you to consume the information fast, is what I'm telling you, because I got something that I want to do with you. But you got to be able to do those. So you got to be able to dive into that. Just I want you to, even if you just watch some animals doing it, and I want you to learn. I want you to psycho. So the whole point is that I wasn't gonna tell you this, but I want you to psychoanalyze the animals while they're going through it. I want you to think for them. I want you to feel for them. I want you to, you know what I'm saying? I want you to put yourself in their shoes. What you will and won't. Oh, that's what I was saying earlier about the what you will and won't do. Uh, like I said before, we tend to overcorrect behaviors, right? So when we correcting the behavior about as far as standing up for ourselves and defending ourselves, a lot of people say, next time somebody says something to me, I'm gonna kill them. I'm gonna beat their ass. I'm gonna spit in their face. Sometimes people go overboard. Um, and it's not always necessary, right? Um, I understand that a lot of times people act the way they act because it's a protection thing, but when you really do the work on yourself, you can start to relax a little bit, because even if situations feel familiar, they not the same no more. And the reason why is because you don't have to react the same no more. But maybe you could do some sort of journal. Oh, you know what? That's good. I want you to watch some, maybe, I don't know, maybe an hour is excessive, but I want you to watch some of those animals with the self-realization moments, because they got them for like in zoos. They got them in the wild. It's a bunch of them, and it's unique. It's wonderful to watch. We almost up to 666 views. I'm about to spam the hearts in the chat so we get up to 1,000 views. You know, I think if I get 1,000 views, they give me $3. I think. Yeah, I think. I think 1,000 views for me. I think 1,000 views on this live probably gonna be worth like $3. I think. I can't remember. It's probably less. I don't know. Want to share my love? You can share my love. You don't got to. I don't really. I don't got the energy for real, because then people gonna be expecting stuff. Yeah, I ain't got no energy. That shit. That shit put me on my ass. That should be putting me where I need to be. That shit a whole different ball game on this side, player. That shit a whole different ball game over here, player. Well, post it on your OnlyFans then. Chill. Let me be your podcast co-host then. Can I apply for a job? Can I be your podcast co-host? Six six six. We got it. There we go. Well, you'd be honored to post it on your OnlyFans. That's what's up. That's funny. All right. So let me know. I'll be the co-host. Let me know what you need me to do. I got two channel ideas in the cut right now that I'm sitting on pause. Do a 10-day webinar was the Wounded Warrior. Who is the Wounded Warrior? Who do that? I think I heard of the Wounded Warrior before. Man, I think I'm about to shut him down in a couple minutes. It's already 9:30. Yeah, for sure. I'm probably gonna do the same thing. Well, hopefully you feel some relief. You like to listen to who podcast? Carl John? For sure. All right, y'all. It's been an honor and a pleasure. My phone about to go dead. It's been an honor and a pleasure, y'all. I'm out. I can't do it. Peace, love, health, and wealth. Anything else, put it back on the shelf because I ain't buying it. And you better not buy it either. I love you.